Hello and welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. My name's Sarah and I'm a gamer who draws. We have the wonderful Mike Steffen, aka Funisher, again, and today we have Yoni Matatyaou. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Matatyaou.
Matatyaou, that's it, brilliant. Who everyone probably knows better as smokeybeard. So, how are you guys?
Miserable. No, good. Good.
Miserable.
We had to rush here. You know, we were like running here. We had to do the thing literally where, you know, the train is like there at the station. You got to run in and like jump through the doors closing. You know, like that whole thing to try to start on time.
We call that ninjaing it.
Hmm?
We call that ninjaing it.
Ninjaing it?
Yeah, when you're able to like jump through the doors just as they close, or like you catch the bus just as it's about to leave. That's ninjaing it.
It's scary to do though, because I have a backpack, you know, and I've jumped the doors have closed on my backpack before, and it's not that like anything would happen, but like the way that it's called the BART as our transportation out here, and the way the doors on that work, like when they close, they don't like emergency bounce back open, they just try to like shut harder, and so it closes on my backpack, and I kind of like get out of it and turn around, and I'm just yanking on it through the door. And the drivers of the trains hate it when you do that because it messes with the train, and then I rip it through, and then everyone on the train's just staring at me, and it's really awkward.
God. We had something similar happen. We were on the train, and this lady and her husband, they jump onto the train, but the lady isn't like completely through, and she starts to fall back, and the door's like shutting on her. And me and my boyfriend just like grab her and pull her in. It was awful. And like my boyfriend was like holding the door on one side, and then I was like leaning her forward. Oh my god, it was so scary.
Yeah, and you know she's probably super embarrassed. You know, it's pretty mortifying when that happens.
So I'm just gonna warn everyone that my cat has literally just gone insane. He's just jumping all over the place because there is a fly in the room. So if you see either a fly or a flying cat, that's happening.
I still hope the cat just keeps running past over and over. And I hope he starts meowing really loudly.
I'm waiting for the moment where he just like jumps over the screen and like lands in front of me.
Definitely. And then, yeah, pretty exciting. A dude started talking to us on the train, and that's weird. I don't know how it is out there.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. You don't talk on the train.
That's like like during rush hour, particularly out here. It's like when you get on the train, you know, everyone just goes in their own world.
Yeah, you stand there like that.
Yeah. So our first assumption, I was like, well, this guy is either.
I caught him looking at me first.
Oh, he's like staring at you?
No, he looked at me like 10 minutes before he decided to talk to me, and then I feel someone tap my shoulder, which you also don't do.
Yeah, he tapped his shoulder.
What?
I thought it was somebody I knew, and then I had a skateboard. He's like, "So, do you skateboard?" I'm like, "No, I just hold this." Like, you do tricks? Not really. And he's like, "Oh, does it get you places faster?" I'm like, "No."
No, it's slower. It's slower than walking. But the weird thing is we didn't know how to take that, because at first you're kind of like, it was like, is he like hitting? Is he hitting on us? Like, hitting on you? Like, what's that? That's the initial response, which is like, oh, whatever. All right, guess looking pretty good today. Cool. But then first thing I kind of thought in my head as I was like, that thing where like he looked kind of like a student. So I was like, is this some like, did he have like a sociology assignment where he has to like start
right.
5 people in awkward places, like, and I'm that guy, right?
Tap on people and ask them how they are and see how they react.
Yeah. I couldn't accept the reality that it's just like a nice dude that's just moved to the area, like the thing that makes the most sense. I'm like, no, it must be some weird psychological game.
Yeah.
Did he just inject me with acid? Well, inject, Jesus, what's that?
Oh God. Oh, that sounds concerning.
Really sprayed it in my eye.
Don't do that.
Yeah, we're gonna start tripping out.
That sounds like something you don't want to do. Oh my god, chat's exploding right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't click that until we switch the other camera because it crashes all my stuff.
Can we make a drinking game out of how many pictures we choose?
How many pictures? Yeah, of course. Anything out of, you should do it.
Because they're joking about the fact that like last week we had 2 pictures to choose from, and then this week we've got like 6 or something.
Yeah.
You said it goes on this screen somehow?
Oh, yeah, here. It would go like this.
Try to drag it, but it just did that.
Oh, U9s is in the chat. Hello, U9s. Or just Nines. I shouldn't add the U for the user. I don't want to do that.
Who was in the chat? What?
Nines is in the chat. Their username is SH4773R. But yeah, Nine's the person who we're going to be drawing. So if you're wondering who we're going to be drawing, it is Nines. The title of it is something that I can't seem to load. There we go. Care to draw my winged shadow mage? Many references. It has been tagged as not safe for work, but it's safe enough for YouTube, so that's pretty safe. So that's fine. Yeah. Kind of like cosplay style photos. So I hope you guys like it. We haven't all decided to do the same one. We haven't said which ones we're going to be drawing. So I'm interested to see what everyone chooses. I hope, chat, that you're okay with that. I know some of you want to draw more than one and some of you want us all to draw the same one. But I think it's interesting to see who chooses what and why they chose that. So
I'm so tempted to still stick to my original plan I mentioned earlier.
You should.
I had a different idea that I might actually like more, though.
Okay.
If I do that idea, I'll mention to the people what my original plan was.
Okay.
But I don't know if I'm going to do it yet. I haven't decided.
That would be cool. What you're doing with
that's what I think it would be good. That's why I think I might actually do my idea number 2.
That image lends itself nicely for that,
yeah.
You're plotting.
Plotting. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
So I haven't talked about the chat yet. So obviously, if you're watching this, then you can probably see a little chat in the sidebar. Obviously, if you're watching this after the show's ended, it's not there. But if you're here, you can chat in there. You can't post links in there. So if you want to post links, you can go over to reddit.com/r/artist lounge, and you can either comment on our post that I've just put up, which has the title of the podcast, and you can comment in there. Or on the right-hand side, in the sidebar, you'll see a IRC with hashtag Artist Lounge. So you can click on that, make a little doobly-doo that lets you write in there, and then you can post your links in there. So I will be paying attention to it, but sometimes I miss that one because I'm paying so much attention to this chat. So if you do put a link in there, just let me know in here.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I can put contrast on that.
I want to do a shout out to the mods though. Did you see the post that went up yesterday on Reddit Gets Drawn?
What? No, I was out of the loop yesterday. They had all this stuff going on, and I wasn't able to look at stuff till today. They had an epic post yesterday.
Yeah. So yesterday there was a really cool, like, not safe for work picture that went up. So fully nude picture, but it was really well taken. So there were so many people commenting on there and doing their pictures. I did one on there, but like they got attacked a little bit by randomers, I think, and people being like, meh, people doing nude photos, meh. So well done to the mods for tackling that one.
Yeah, that would be. It's so funny because like they have to deal with so much shit. Like people have no idea. It's so funny because just I only do the artist. I only mod the artist lounge, so there's not. That's really mellow in there.
Yeah.
And it's like every day they just get so much shit thrown at them in RGD. They do such a huge amount of work. Like I have no idea. And from everything, like even that I've been told that I know from mods crossover to Artist Lounge and us knowing each other, they put in so much work.
Yeah, from what you've told me, like you told me that they've got like spreadsheets and robots and stuff. Like it's ridiculous.
Because it's such a regulated sub. Mm-hmm. There's just enforcing so many rules, but to keep everything moving, and to keep it working, and to keep it a safe environment for the artists and the submitters, it's a lot of rules. And to have a sub with like 80,000 people, and to have that many rules, you need to like be on top of. And then with all the people that get pissed or offended, and then constantly dealing with them, it is pretty insane.
Yeah.
You're gonna leave it.
I suck at Photoshop.
Do you want me just to like bump up some of that contrast for you a little
See what
bit?
you can do, because I
Here.
fucking suck at Photoshop.
Let's do this. I'm gonna switch to this computer and switch to the other camera now. So like always, I'm assuming my whole thing will crash out and then
Everything will die.
Yeah. So we will be back in 1 second.
Anything I try,
Okay.
I don't think I'd probably just be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Subliminal. Right, I can never say your name. I apologize for never being able to say your name. I really like it, but I can't say it. Subliminal cucumber. There we go. I don't know what it is. It's something about the vowels after each other. It messes with my head, but I agree with you. Yeah, you said I feel bad for It Will Be Mine. She gets a lot of shit for keeping everything as orderly as it is. Yeah, you can tell how well like It Will Be Mine and the rest of the mods really work. Yeah, they were deleted quickly. Oh, we've almost gone back. I can hear the sound of stuff being thrown about, which means they're almost there.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Hey.
All right, there we go. That's always the risk. Is the sometimes like the microphone, I have to mute the other computer, so sometimes it won't come back from mute, and that's why I have to reconnect. But we're here now. This was Meaty Elbows art of
I love it
from
so
last
much.
week from the it's so cool from the reading of Bone Magic. This is the cover. Would be practice for the cover art for the sequel, which I will unofficially write. Eventually. Let's see here. We actually have quite a bit of art from last week that didn't get on the show that I'd
Really?
like to show. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But first, I also have to set up our things in here. Do that real quick.
What is the can of drink?
What's the what?
The can
This?
of drink.
Oh,
what
this
have you got?
is what you get. What is that there?
It's an IPA from LA.
I've literally never heard of that, and it looks really odd.
It does look weird. It looks like it's not a typical looking beer can there.
It looks like
Must
some
be.
kind of weird B movie.
That's pretty good. I've had it once. I heard it was good, so I got it again.
We always hope that if we like give shout outs to the things we're using, they'll send us like a pallet full of them.
Yeah. Send it over.
Yeah, I would send it your way in this case after I drink half of them. Let's do this part this way. Let's do shout outs. You want shout out? You want it to be your website or like your Instagram?
I guess my Instagram.
Okay.
Oh wow! Demand Man traveled 200 miles today.
What? Where
That's
is he?
ridiculous. I
Where
don't
are you,
know.
Demon Man?
Where have you gone? What brilliant journey have you gone on?
Said our names earlier, so might as well do it like that now, so we have that on there. Okay.
I don't think the photo's gonna get any better. You think you can make it better?
Oh, I know I can make it better for you.
Chat loves the Meaty Elbows artwork. I think it's so good.
Yeah, his art is awesome.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get Meaty Elbow on the show at some point. That'd be cool.
Yeah, he's down. So he's setting up some things and moving some things around. So when that's ready to go, does that look better or is that worse? Does that make it worse?
You just darken the mid-tones, kind of.
Yeah, I'm trying to build some. You know what? Here, let's just start again here.
Oh god, what are you doing?
We're trying to
it didn't work when I tried.
making adjustments.
I don't think it's gonna help.
I don't think you're right.
Leave it. Yeah, I tried the same thing.
No dice.
Yeah.
Do we just okay? It's not gonna work.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fuck with it.
Should I just throw the monitor away? No, I'm just kidding. Here we go. I'm gonna throw my computer away. So this stupid banner does not make it easy. Okay, now let's share some art from last week.
I'm gonna keep this here so I can see it.
Okay. I don't know how to pronounce all the names. So what we have here is... Bear with me, people.
Doing it. Using the power of technology.
Mm-hmm. This is a Gadariel. Gadariel? Gadariel? Gadariel.
Gadariel?
Gadariel? Gadariel? Gadariel? Gadariel sounds like a name.
Well, Galadriel is from Lord of the Rings.
But this is Gaderael.
Gadariel.
And
Gadariel.
regardless, this was a very nice drawing. Traditional media on toned paper.
I really like the cherry blossom in that.
Yeah. They actually went for it and drew the cherry blossoms.
Like properly.
Yeah.
It feels good.
Yeah, it feels really nice.
Yeah.
Very happy with that. See, a lot of times people will finish, or by the time they post, we're scrambling so much with the things in the end, we don't get a chance to actually look at everyone's art that was completed. So
yeah.
And I don't believe we see Nanki's finished piece from before. I don't believe we did. Let's pull that up here. Digital work. I believe she finished when we were nearing the end there as well.
Well, Nanki jumped in quite late, actually.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I like the hair.
Yeah. Real nice contour and line work. And then she comes in a little, she's usually available to jump in a little later. I think it's kind of going on now. Let's see here. And we have a piece from Slam 9. Ooh, opened it with the wrong thing. One sec. I always love Slam 9, like the energy of their brushwork and their lines.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, knowing when to like leave details out, when to put them in.
Yeah.
You know, just letting the texture kind of tell the story.
I really like the eye. Is it weird that I'm saying that? But I really like the way like the front of the bottom eyelid is drawn in, but then the back of it isn't. It's a kind of technique that's used a lot in manga, but I really like the way that's been done.
Yeah. It's really easy to accidentally overdo the eyes and then they get that kind of flat. I always use my hands when I'm talking on this and then remember that it's filming. I'm like doing this, but it's really easy to overdraw. I mean, I do it all the time. Overdraw eyes, and then they kind of have that cartoonish flat look when it's not intended in that way. I meant cartoon. I use cartoonish in a negative connotation there, but I'd just like to clarify that cartoon art is not any lesser form of art. It was just a goal that I did not mean, and I meant it is a poorly drawn cartoon and instead of a well-drawn cartoon. There we go.
Oh, nice save.
What he said.
What this guy says. All right. All right. That was the art from last week that we did not get to show here. So I wanted to make sure that we did that this time.
Demanman says that they went from their mountain house to Philly. I want a mountain house.
A mountain house to Philly. Oh, he's up in the mountains.
Switching?
Yeah, we're switch. See, now I can pull up the chat too, which is always nice.
I have no idea how I'm gonna fucking tackle this thing.
So I may lose access to chat at any moment because what appears to be going on is that the Ethernet works fine, but the Wi-Fi doesn't. So my other monitor, my other computer's on Wi-Fi. So if I lose it, then I'll just have to hand it over to you.
That's fine. I'm gonna be pulling up the chat in just a minute.
I'm gonna start streaming my screen. Yay! Desktop. Start screen share. Divide by 0.
So we also have a live chat going on right now that goes with the YouTube video. So we check in on that.
All right.
So people comment, they comment live in the thread and in the chat, and they can ask questions as we go. Hello, Chad. I can see you now. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll be all right right there. I think all the action's present.
Yeah.
Do you want me? I can move this over a little bit.
Does it fuck you up?
No, I'm good.
That's good. Don't worry about it.
No, you don't worry about it.
This.
Is that better?
Yeah, this is good. We're golden.
Sometimes it's like if you kind of like straddle the cabinet here and have one knee go one way and one go the other, but then our knees will be touching.
You just want to go knee to knee.
I think I want to go knee to knee a little bit. I don't know. I'll just see what happens. You know, anything can happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go knee to knee.
You know. Let's see here. See, I gotta. All right. All right, everybody. That's got one glass of wine down. So, what did they say the drinking game was going to be?
I don't know. It was something to do with how many pictures we choose or something. So, like, because last week there was 2 available pictures to choose from, and now this week there's 6 or something. It's like to do with that. So I think it would be at the beginning when we're about to announce what we're drawing, they have to take that many swigs of a drink based on how many pictures there are to draw from, which means we need to like select like 100 next time.
Yeah, get everyone just smashed.
Absolutely.
I love that idea. Oh, I just realized something I gotta pull up here. Oh my Lord. Last week felt like such a long week. I don't know what it was. I think what it was is I said I don't know, and then I say
and then you immediately know.
Here's exactly what it is. It was Tuesday, and I'm at work, and then our manager kind of looks at me and goes, "God, it just feels so much like Thursday." I was like, "You son of a bitch," because of course it did. But now that it was like acknowledged in my brain that yes, it's
now
Thursday
you know it
now.
feels like that.
Yeah, and then so the whole rest of the week, Wednesday felt like Friday, Thursday felt like Wednesday again. It was all over the place, and it just never seemed to end. And you know, really, because we do this now, Monday almost feels like Friday part 2 to me. So that makes Tuesday that much more difficult. How'd your week go?
Yeah, it was alright. I don't really remember much of it. I've been doing not fun stuff all week. Like, rather than working on commissions and stuff, which is fun, I've been looking at CVs and stuff, which is not fun. But oh well, life moves on.
I'm glad your commissions are at least fun. Lots of times commissions aren't even very fun. They can be pretty stressful.
Well, I try to market myself in such a way that the people who would see me are the people who would come up with something that I would enjoy. So a lot of the time my commissions are either something similar to Reddit Gets Drawn, so can you draw me, that kind of thing, or it's something along the lines of can you draw my Pokemon team, or the last one I had was can you draw me in my Destiny armor. That was a really cool one. So that was like in space, and I had to draw like, I don't think it was the planet Earth because the continents were slightly wrong, but it was essentially that in the background. And then that was all done with markers. So that was great fun. So I basically, because I go to conventions and stuff like that, and I post in like gaming forums, and when I post on Reddit, obviously I've got the name A Gamer Draws. So the people who see me, they think, oh, she'll know about the kinds of things that I like. So she'll understand what things I want in it and stuff like that. Like I'll get Zelda pieces a lot, Pokemon pieces. So I think it's all about marketing yourself and presenting yourself in a way that attracts the people who would come up with the ideas you like in the first place.
What if you're in the market like mine where you don't find people coming up going, hey man, can you paint this landscape with nothing in it? Or hey, I put on all of this makeup and interesting things for you to draw. Can you
get rid of it?
Can you not draw me in any of it? And then I would say, oh, it's perfect, fantastic, of course. That's actually what I, by the way, I mentioned to Sarah and Yoni here that my original plan with this was I was wondering if I could draw a portrait from this series and completely remove all of the horns, the makeup, the details. Almost as like the fun challenge of it is, what would it look like if I would it look like? I just would wonder, would it actually look like the person without the things? But I also tend to remove just pretty much all imagery that isn't just the very basic root thing. But that's not the approach I'm taking this time. I'm going into some, you know what? I got a bad start on this. I gotta switch it up. One of my ideas, I need to change something already. I
just realized I started on the wrong canvas.
It's time to make those changes.
Yeah, I need to move the figure way up here for my idea.
Yeah, I was set up way up.
But you know what, though? I kind of,
Okay.
Halfway there.
So, now that we've all started drawing,
Yes.
I want to know what everyone's drawing and why they chose it, which picture.
Okay.
So,
All right,
yeah, Yoni, go first.
Yeah, which one did you pick, and tell us why?
I did the one with the drapery over her head, and I chose it because, I don't know, felt like it had a good composition. It's kind of a strong gaze, which I generally gravitate to, and a nice angle of the face. It's a little blurry, but out of the set, I think this one spoke to me the most for
I really like that
whatever
one.
reason. I'll see if I can. I haven't decided if I'm going to do it in black and white or make up some color, because I'm not really into some of the glitter thing. I'm going to probably eliminate some parts, and I don't know.
I like the idea that it was the strong gaze that caught your attention. Do you tend to focus on eyes when you're working on a piece?
Maybe I just try to find something that's, I guess, just a good angle, not straight on and not super flat, that has like some form in the face. This one doesn't have too much form, so I'm a little worried. But yeah, it's not really the eyes. It's more just having something that's not super flat, I guess.
Cool.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm drawing this is kind of interesting because usually I prefer lately just draw portraits, but I'm actually drawing the one where she's walking away from the camera and she has the wings and the horns, and she's looking over her shoulder. Yeah. And well, you know, I have a particular idea for this that I might want to try, but I'm not sure because it's I can't tell if I like the idea or if I think the idea is too gimmicky. So I'm not sure if I want to do it or not.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that it would it'd translate well to ink, and I kind of just felt like working on ink today. I briefly considered busting out the paints, but I chickened out, and I just wanted to kind of stay in ink for a little bit. And I'm glad I did, because I'm not ready to. Painting figurative on a small scale for me is just brutal. So like full figure, I could do like on this size, like a portrait, I feel comfortable, but doing like an actual figure painting this size would, I don't know, that would probably drive me nuts. I think I would panic. So hopefully the idea works. I'm not sure if it will. I'm already drawing everything a little large, but we'll see. How about yourself?
I chose the same picture.
Oh God.
Yeah, that really
no.
surprised me. I really didn't expect you to pick that one.
I know. I would never normally do this. That's a sentence.
Yeah, it seems really different for you. I picked it because I really like the flow that's moving through the wings. Like I like to draw stuff with this kind of like elongated S shape, and it's got so much of that in it. Like the movement between the hips to the feet, the way her head is looking back, and then the way it goes across the hips, and then the shapes that the wings are making. I absolutely love that. So I felt like I needed to draw this one, but I did not expect anyone else to choose it because I assumed people would choose the face-on ones. The one I thought you'd pick was the second one.
That was the one I picked first.
Was it?
Yeah, and then I didn't do it because I have my personal rule of not doing drawings if there's a watermark on the photo.
Right.
Because if the photograph feels kind of more professional, then I kind of like, you know, it feels like there's already a lot of creative interpretation, and you know, and I don't want to be remaking someone's episodes 4, 5, 6. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh,
Like that's
yeah.
their thing. I don't want to make episode 1, 2, 3 after that. You know, so I steered away from it. Though that was the first one I picked. So who knows? Maybe this will work out for me, or maybe this will be the first time that a drawing gets torn up on air.
On air, yeah. No, you've already torn one up already.
I already tore one up off air. But the fail in that happened. I mean, still people say I shouldn't anyways, but the fail in that one had happened when I had started applying some mediums, some markers and stuff to it, and I didn't like where it went after. I actually liked how it looked when it was on air. Then once I did other stuff,
once you mess with it.
Yeah, once I was like, hey, let's do this. Nope. But oh well. Someone had asked, I mean, I typed it in the chat, but someone asked what smokeybeard's medium was, and he's starting with pencil, and then you're gonna do acrylic.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It was raining that night, and I was trying to protect my makeup with a hood. That's where the hood was. The question was the makeup protected? That actually kind of looked pretty intense, though, if it was all just like runny by the end of the night, just...
Oh my god, now I want to draw that.
I know, now
I
man.
want to do like a metal version.
That's what I was saying, right? If you
yeah,
like,
you were saying
that
version.
That would have been like the bloody heavy metal kind of face. Also would have, that'd also be cool as well. Yeah, the hood's really nice.
Yeah, I really like the hood as well. It does that thing that I like, which is the kind of like the overlapping and the flow, and I like the way it kind of crisscrosses along the bottom. You can really tell the weight of the material through that.
Mm-hmm.
I love those kinds of things.
Yeah. This is the first. The added pressure is on because this is the actual first time that the person we're drawing is actually listening and watching.
Yeah, live. Which
is so exciting and a little terrifying.
A little terrifying, yeah.
Because it's not like the movies where I was watching that movie by Woodward Allen and anyways, the Vicky Cristina Barcelona, the one with just like a bunch of hot people banging each other.
Yeah.
Except, it's PG-13, so just come on, share it a little bit. I guess not. But anyways, it's, one of the characters is a painter, and, it's Javier Bardem. So, I mean, already it's like, I'm a straight man, but I'd make exceptions for him.
Yeah.
But then he's like playing an artist. I'm just like, oh my heavens, woo! Like movie's like a real leg crosser, And so watching it, he's an artist and he's a painter. And of course, in every movie, they're like an abstract painter because then when they're working on a painting, they can like dance around and they jump and spin and fling the paint at the canvas. And it's like, and
like Big Lebowski.
Yeah, it's like Big Lebowski on the wire throwing the paint, But then it's like they never make a movie about like a realist painter, or the movies about just the painters that just like sit there like, the proportion's wrong. Let me I gotta draw. And then they're just like, they're not moving. They're just still like, cause it'd be like watching someone read a book, It'd be a really boring movie. And so hopefully it's not like that in this case, since none of us are doing abstract interpretations and we are not in environments where we can jump around. And also we are not Javier Bardem, which I also apologize for. Married to Penelope Cruz. I mean, good Lord. That kid's going to be ridiculous. Or wait, do they have kids already?
I have no idea.
They're lucky. They always seem like they were pretty chill and cool, because I'd be pretty upset with a couple that attractive just being out there in the universe.
I'm now asking Nines about like makeup advice.
I know. I'm reading it. I'm really fascinated.
Yeah, like so. I do the conventions, so
Yeah.
it can get really hot and stuffy in the conventions because you're sitting there and there's like, I think at the last show there was over 80k people. It was somewhere between 80k and 100k people who showed up at the show. It was ridiculous.
That's insane.
Yeah. So, and the hall is enormous, but obviously you've got that many people walking back and forth through the show. It can get like pretty hot and stuffy, and then I'm running between different areas. I'm like, I need to go to the bathroom, and then I like run at full pelt to the bathroom. So I'm like, my makeup, it like lasts about 2 hours and I have to reapply it again. So I was like, can I use special effects stuff?
Because that's what she's talking about, barrier spray. That's like, what is that? What like holds it to your face?
Exactly. So I use I do use like a urban decay spray that's supposed to like, it's like all-nighter, it will last you for the club, but it's not amazing really. It helped, but it's not amazing for like, it is fine for normal stuff, but for the conventions, because they're so different and it's such a long amount of time and you don't have a lot of chances to fix your makeup, it's like you really want something that just, I set it like this and then it lasts like 10 hours, because I have to do my makeup at like 7 a.m. and then I don't arrive at the show until about 9 a.m. Then we open doors at about 10 a.m. and then we don't close until about 6:30 in the afternoon. So I've made my makeup like hours and hours before, so it's like I'm like melting by the end of the day. I'm like, I'm made of melted cake.
See, us guys, like, we just take things for granted. Unless we're guys that wear makeup, and then we don't take things for granted. I think we're getting some helpful tips right now.
There's a
Hello,
guy
Foxtrot Oscar.
There's a guy in Makeup Addiction who's freaking epic.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he's really good with makeup, like a million times better than I could ever be.
You better be, with those animals in there after they ripped on me that one time. Unbelievable. I can't remember why they. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I had mentioned that before. I was mentioning Reddit gets drunk because people asked, and then they got all mad at me.
Don't promote your stuff.
No, it wasn't that. I think it was because I made like a joke that was stupid or something. And then and then I got to make that Rodney Dangerfield drawing I was quite proud of, and then no one saw it because the comment was so downvoted. The comment above was so downvoted, and I was like, oh, those guys could really use that, and whatever. I'm going to go where people treat me with respect. Back to the artist lounge and pretty girls' ugly faces. That was a fun sub to draw, by the way. If you ever want to practice expressions,
I should try that sometime because it's really.
You should, and they love getting art in there too. They just love it. Yeah, it was like super cool. I was drawing in there for a while, and then I just posted all the drawings and did like a Dropbox of like the high res files if anyone wanted to download them, you know. And that's like, you know, because I'm not what people are gonna make mouse pads out of them, and then I'm be like, I should have made a mouse pad, you know. I didn't really care. Yeah, and everyone was like, they were really cool about it. And one of the mods there I chatted with a little bit to make sure it was cool, and she's super nice about it. And yeah, that was the mod Katniss Never Clean.
Oh, nice.
That's a fun sub. And then I was trying to see if there was a guy equivalent to draw some ugly dude faces, but the guys were not delivering like the ladies, you know? Come on, guys, gotta step it up a little bit.
What the fuck, guys?
I think of it's like how Troll X chromosomes, you know, like Troll Y chromosomes getting pretty good, but they're not at the level that Troll X is.
Troll X is boss.
Yeah, that's a good sub.
Troll X?
Yeah, Troll X chromosomes. It's just, you know, it's kind of like a reaction GIFs sub, but just, you know, a bunch of ladies talking about lady things, and they're pretty hilarious. You know, it'll be a bunch of posts about like, well, you know, that's the thing. It's, you know, it could be anything. You know, there's a.
Yeah, I mean, you see like lady only stuff, like
joking about shark,
like
Shark Week.
But there is a lot of like just random stuff, like, oh, I'm watching this on Netflix at the moment and stuff like that. So.
And then they'll have a funny. It's a really good. The humor in it is pretty on point. It's kind of like how like another pretty hilarious sub is shitty reaction gifs. Because the regular one's funny, but the shitty reaction gifs is can be pretty freaking gold sometimes. It's ridiculous.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to see that.
You like seriously, it's like the kind of format is, you know, obviously the normal, you know, my reaction when this thing, and then it's a GIF that makes it a funny joke, punchline or whatever. But what makes the shitty one funny is like the idea of like one of the things they'll do is they'll make their description way too long and specific. So it's kind of like like joking that you're trying to make this GIF fit into this situation.
Oh, right.
But it's just, oh my God, some of them are so hilarious. You got to just go see it because I mean, it's not something that can be like I can't say there was one where they did this because it won't do justice. Right. So yeah, people got to go check that out. It's a fantastic sub. Oh, me in real life, also good stuff. No respect. Yeah. Oh, I guess subliminal cucumber. So yeah, the drawing, it was Rodney Dangerfield applying. It wasn't eyeliner. Mascara. I did a drawing of Rodney Dangerfield, like a contour drawing of him applying mascara, and the whole thing was black and white, and he had like, you know, rouge, red lipstick, and then he was pulling his tie and putting mascara on, and I just felt like that could be a drawing that could keep on giving, you know. And I wanted the community to have it, but you know, I can't just come back later and be like, "Hey guys, you want this drawing?" Because you know that's weird. They're going to be like, "You just want karma." I'm like, I don't have any use for it.
Do you use stuff like Reddit Gets Drawn and stuff like that as advertising? Or what do you think of people who do?
I can use it as a reference if I'm doing commissions and I'll say, here's portraits I've drawn. But no, I mean, not directly. I mean, I've had the drawings on display, but usually I didn't, you know what I mean? Because it's like I don't really know how you mean like for advertising.
So I don't mean like directly, but like, for example, using it to get people interested in you or get your name out there.
You know, if I haven't really thought of a way to do it. All I've ever had it for is I just have the drawings like in my portfolio or just for commissions, but I haven't like at least not directly. I don't know. I mean, I guess in a way, if you participate in it regularly, you're kind of doing that anyways, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, we have a podcast here and doing that with the Artist Lounge, which was a spinoff from it, or the sister sub, really, not so much a spinoff. But I mean, how about yourself?
I started out like that. I started doing stuff on Reddit Gets Drawn because I wanted more eyeballs, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good resource to have people see your work. I had pretty much 0 commissions before Reddit Gets Drawn, and then because of the success of Reddit Gets Drawn, I've had like 3. But no, no, actually, it's funny. I don't get many.
Now I have 1.
I know it's really like it's yeah, sadly, pretty much like that. But yeah, no, I mean, it is a good resource for people to commission. I mean, lots of times, I think a lot of people expect like, hey, can you commission this oil painting? And then you say out the prices, and they're like, oh, I thought it was going to be like $3. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, no, I'm not going to spend 60 hours and then charge $20. You know.
Yeah.
But it is a good source for that.
It's kind of like I use it to convince myself to do something fun. So I'll want to do something fun, but I'll feel like, because if I'm drawing, I should be working. So then I'll be like, well, if I do it on Reddit Gets Drawn, then people might see it and I might get a like on Facebook. So
no, for me, it is
like,
that thing.
I'm not really doing it for that reason, but I convince myself that, well, at least if I do this fun piece, it gets seen by someone and then it has a use, like it has a purpose.
Right. Yeah. You can justify it.
Yeah.
It was a huge influence for me to like start working on pieces I could try to finish in one sitting, because before that I would just spend months on paintings, you know. And so it helped me start, because my problem is I don't I need to do more art that I can make in shorter periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, I'll have people that'll be interested in my work, and I'll only have like 3 paintings because it took me a year and a half to make the 3 paintings.
Yeah.
That's not a good way to get a show, you know?
Yeah, no.
So it's been good for that. And the thing is like, yeah, I mean, I'll do it if I want to, you know, I can go to the studio and work on art, but sometimes it's just like, I just want to get something new out there so I can post it or just stay in the picture and stay kind of keep myself, you know, in a way relevant, but also just keep myself productive.
Yeah.
Whether it be, because to me, actually still posting, making a post on Instagram or doing something helps me like be a reminder, like, come on, Mike, just like put yourself out there a little bit and like do that. And so it's been an invaluable resource for that. So in a way, yeah, it kind of does. It is a way to self-promote, but it's the least you can get.
It's kind of a byproduct.
Art, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just practicing a little bit of self-promotion.
Yeah. Like, yeah, like I kind of use it a lot of the time as I'll go to Reddit Gets Drawn if I'm having an art block. Like if I'm feeling like really rubbish about art, then I'll be like, I need to draw something because I need to draw every day. So I need to find something to draw. But if I'm just having a rough day and I can't think of anything, it's like, right, what's cool on Reddit Gets Drawn? Let's jump over there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the good way to do it. I still get that thing where I have this like rule that if I don't finish it in one sitting, I rarely will do it. So sometimes it will be kind of that thing where it'll be like, I wake up really early for work. You know, I've been kind of lazy. My alarm's usually set for 5:45, but I'll oversleep till 6:45. But you know, so it'll be like 9 o'clock at night, not between 9 and 10, and it'll be like, and I'll like, I could do a Reddit Gets Drawn, but then I'm like, if I do that, I know I'll be up till like 1:32 in the morning, and like I can only do that so many times. Like I can't keep doing that. It was easier to do that when I was like 22, but it's way harder to do it as I'm almost 32. You know.
32 yet?
I'm getting there. I'm almost there. It's gonna happen. I'm getting close.
That makes you 10 years older than me.
I'm such a freaking old man. I remember, like the year you were born, like I remember stuff from it, you know? Like the year you were born, I was like going around town, you know. Let me think here. 10 years old. Yeah. I was all in stairs, doing my little kickflips and switch nose slides. Yeah, 93, what a year. The year you were born, some of my favorite hip hop albums came out. That was a great year for Bay Area hip hop.
It was a great year for all hip hop.
Yeah, it was a great year for all hip hop, really. Well, okay, you had 93 Till Infinity, Souls of Mischief. Didn't Far Side's Bizarre Ride 2 come out in 92?
Somewhere around there.
Because around there you also had like Tribe Called Quest. It's a good year for hip hop. That's the point.
It's kind of good albums.
That was a kind of a golden era going on right there.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, you'll see. I would send you a Spotify playlist, but alas, no Spotify. I was up late last night doing my trying to compete with Roger, aka Art Broken. He made a 6-hour 80s hip hop and rap playlist, and so I needed to make a. Mine only was at 5.5, and I probably should edit it down to 5 and clean some things out. But a 5-hour mixtape of old school, modern, funk, Italo disco, late disco, and post punk mixtape. I was pretty proud of it. It was called The Story of the Booty, and I tried to tell a narrative of a person coming down and out from the streets, you know, taking control, getting confidence, getting themselves out there, meeting someone, they fall in love, and then split. They're brokenhearted, and then they try to refine their love and passion in themselves and funky music. That's kind of the narrative that goes across the 5 hours.
Okay.
It might have taken me all day. Like, I won't lie. Like, I started the project thinking I was going to...
So we've had conversations on this podcast before where you've said that you hadn't had time to make artwork, right?
This is what happens. So,
calling you out. That's right.
This is exactly the problem is I started this thing. I'm like, this will be... Because there's things I wanted to accomplish that day, right?
Yeah.
And... It's not that this was all the hours, but like I'm like, I'm going to throw a few tracks in here. And then I had an idea, and I was like, oh, you know what? This really needs this track. Oh, this would be a perfect song to follow this. And then I start doing that. And then next thing I know, it's been like 2 hours. And I'm like, oh, what am I doing? So then I try to be productive. Like, I need to make some art. And then as I'm making art, I'm like, oh my God, I should totally put this track in the mixtape. And the next thing I know, another hour's gone and I'm throwing things in there. And then I'm like, no, I need to eat food. So then I go eat food. And then as I'm eating food, I'm like, you know what? I gotta take out that track. This is going the wrong direction. I gotta throw this other track in here. And then I throw that in there. And next thing I know, it's like that medium level creativity thing where like you're still using a part of your creative brain, but you're not actually making anything.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, you just spent like, 4 to 5 hours putting together a really goddamn awesome Spotify playlist. That's all. So whatever. I'm still proud of it. I don't care.
So that like time where you're kind of being creative, but you're not really thinking about it. I've heard that that's called flow. Have you heard about this?
If it helps me justify my actions, I can't wait to hear about it.
So the idea is, I may get this wrong. I'm not like a psychologist or anything, so don't get upset at me if I say it's wrong. Go to bloody Wikipedia and read the proper definition. So the idea of flow is that when you get like stuck into something creative, for example, drawing or something like that, then you can kind of shut down the rest of your brain, kind of like not actually shut it down, obviously, but stop focusing on anything else, and you just get absorbed by it, and then the time seems to not matter. So like a lot of people say, oh, how can you have the patience to do that? And it's like, well, it doesn't feel like that because I'm just sitting there drawing and then it happens and then I've got a thing.
Yeah,
that's been described as a flow, which is really interesting to me, and there's a lot of like there's a lot of proper documentation about it and stuff, so I recommend people go and read up about it, because I went and read up about it a little while back, and it was kind of cool to read about that and see what one of the things was that might have been helping me to stick to like projects and to like find, particularly if I'm doing something with a lot of detail. For example, if I'm going to be doing the wings here, if I wasn't doing a podcast and having to think and having to pay attention to other things, I'd probably fall into that kind of state of mind where I'm just drawing all of the feathers, but it's kind of like my brain's just doing it itself.
Yeah.
Do you find that? Do you find that you do that kind of thing?
It happens, but for me, it only happens when it's
Foxtrot Oscar says flow is also known as being in the zone. They did it on a management training course. That's interesting.
Yeah, it could be in the zone.
Yeah,
I've heard that phrase as well.
Yeah,
Feeling the flow in the zone. Your swerve on. But I've only had it happen. For me, it will happen if I am working on like the project I want to work on, which is actually a pretty specific. Like if I'm doing a commission, I probably won't ever be in the flow. I'll probably be kind of fighting for those hours and for my focus.
Really?
If I'm in my studio or even at home, lots of times I still won't be in the flow because I'm doing something where I feel like I need to stay productive. Because to me, it's always a battle for hours. So it's a battle against the hours I lost during the day at like work or on the train, talking to a guy asking questions about skateboard.
But soft handshake too. You had like limp handshake.
Yeah, you gave. Well, did you do that asshole thing where you just grabbed his fingers, or did you give him a real handshake?
He didn't have a lot of firmness to his handshake, and that kind of made me question a little more his motive.
You should explain what you guys are talking about, because we talked about this like in sound check.
A guy was talking to us while we were riding the train home from work, and usually like people don't talk to each other on public transportation, and he started like chatting.
He was being nice, but it just felt odd because that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so he was being nice, and we were being suspicious because we've been in the city too damn long.
And Mike was good by saying like, "Oh, we're getting off at the next stop," before he.
Oh, I didn't say it that way. He wasn't like, "Hey, how are you doing?" I'm getting off at the next stop.
Goodbye. Don't talk
to that in there just to let
My name is I'm leaving.
Let him know, like, hey, I'm not here to party with you tonight.
If he offered the party, Well, if I didn't have the podcast going, I'd be like, yeah, let's go party. I'd like, let's see where this goes. This will be a story, regardless.
Party at his mom's house.
You go party at his mom's house.
Mhm.
That could be cool. I'd go hang out.
Yeah, he said he was a musician. Maybe he's
go
you
jam.
guys can jam. With
I
your
have
instruments.
no musical talent, but I jam.
But you got your new freaking shit.
That's true.
What does that mean?
Oh yeah, I bought some music stuff.
Yeah, Mike's got all this fancy new music shit that I want to play with.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know what I'm doing either, so
Yeah, it's who knows? Maybe if I one day get good, it will make an appearance on here as well. Me and Demon Man will have a jam. Hopefully, but Demon Man knows how to play music and I don't, so it's going to be a very one-sided jam. The zone, I forgot to mention. So if there's something the hard thing is most likely what I'll want to be drawing will not be beneficial to my finances or even my career or anything.
Yeah.
But that would be the thing. Like when I work on those drawings and they're like just for me, I get in the flow. So I'll be at work thinking, I want to work on that painting, or I'll get in that zone and I'll just be rolling with it. But if it's like has anything to do with a commission or trying to keep a website or a social network up to date, or just anything that has any purpose besides me wanting to make the piece, I just struggle to get into the flow. Like I have to really learn how to find individual fun in each piece, and because I just really struggle with that.
Hey, can you paper towel me?
Yeah, I can paper towel you. Get on this. How about two of them?
Yeah,
Who's gonna play more where that came from?
Yeah, you never know.
Want to do three? It's kind of a party. We're drinking.
Let's do two for
Just
now.
start with two and just see if you need a third later.
Beautiful.
All right. Do you get in the flow well? You seem to lock into the flow easily because you'll draw for like 86 straight hours at a convention.
Oh, what, me?
Yeah, you'll draw until you break your hands, and then you'll just like break your feet drawing too. Somehow you'll find a way to do that. Because
flow
you just
is like
draw that hard.
Yeah, the flow is like where I live. I'll just forget to eat. That's just what I do.
God, I wish I could do that.
I think if I couldn't do it, I wouldn't like art as much as I do. I honestly don't, because I think that it's the thing that makes me enjoy it, because it's a kind of feeling that you don't get from anything else. I don't think there's any other situation where it feels like, personally, where it feels like you're working on something and your body's working on it at the same time. That's really weird to say, but it's kind of how it feels. It's like I'm sort of melancholy thinking about what I'm trying to do. Maybe I'm thinking about where I want to take it, but my hands are drawing it for me, and there isn't anything else where I have that kind of feeling. So it's actually something that's really important to me, and that I don't try to go into it, but it's something that I will do constantly. And I think it's like growing up, I drew all the time. Like I was never not drawing as a kid. It was all I did. Like even on holidays, like I can think of where I was and what I was drawing at like times in my life. I can be like, right, what was like, I'll think of I remember a distinct day where I sat there and drew dolphins all day, all over the floor, and it wasn't like drawing them like that with like the tail and like the fins and whatever. It was, I would have a piece of paper, like a full piece of paper like that, and then I'd just pick apart the dolphin, like say the face of the dolphin, and I'd sit there and I'd practice drawing it and looking at how the line between the eyes lined up to the nose, but it didn't feel like studying, because I was like in that state of mind that it just felt like I feel like drawing this thing, and then I let my body just sit there and work through it until I understood it fully. I think the only thing where I couldn't do that with was camels. I can't draw camels. I don't know why.
That's very specific.
That's very specific. Yeah. And I don't know why that is, but like I couldn't get it to work with camels. I can draw horses fine, but my layer just ran away from me.
Your what? Your layer?
My layer just like did a thing. Okay. Oh God, what have I done?
You lost a layer?
I'm gonna just press Control Z until it comes back. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
But whatever. So yeah, it is something that I do all the time. Like even at a convention, someone will be talking to me. Like I'm an introvert by nature. That's anyone who knows me in real life knows that straight up. I think I can be very talkative online, but in real life, I can be very shy. So at a convention, if I have someone there who's talking a lot, it can like wear me down. I'm like trying to be super like encouraging and be like, yeah, and like talking about everything that they're talking about. Mm-hmm. And then the next person that comes along after that, if they're a quiet person. I don't know why, I don't know how this like works out, but usually they're a quiet person who comes after a very talkative person, and I just go straight into flow and I just shut down my brain and just work through it and create something and just let myself like recharge.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Like we have our own every month we have the art walk because Yoni's also in the same studio with me in Oakland.
Oh, nice.
So every month we have that art walk, and it can be on one hand really encouraging, and then it can also be really draining and discouraging, and you never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you get people that walk by and they could just like not even glance at your studio and just keep walking.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
So you get that side, and then you get other people that are into it, and that feels great when they want to talk and they're into it. But yeah.
Even sometimes when they're into it, though, it can be exhausting because then they'll just want to tell you a story.
What does that mean? And you're just like, I don't know. And then they get all disappointed because you don't have a great story to tell them about.
They're used to like the salesman pitch, so you gotta do the whole bullshitty like all the metaphors.
What do you see in that? What motivated you to do that? I'm just like, I don't want to talk right now. Hi.
What motivated you to do that? And they don't want the real story though. They don't want you to say like what, because if they were to ask me like, what motivated you to make that painting? It'll be like, I hate every minute of my life that's not making painting. It's because I'm at work thinking, I hate it here. I want to be painting. I would do anything to be painting. And, if it just keeps continuing this way, I don't even know if it's worth it. And then that's not the story they want. They want like, oh, I just like, there was a mountain and the mountain was like having sex with the sky and I wanted to in the clouds. Except with metaphors, they usually don't like dirty stuff because they're with children. But
I'm inspired by the colors that God created on this earth.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's the funny thing is you can get away with saying that, but if you're like too specific, if you were just saying like I'm inspired by the colors that Jesus made on this earth, then they'll be like, okay, and they'll like move on, They're like, I'll let the God thing slide. Any God's okay. But when you start getting really specific, they're like, you're gonna start preaching to me or something. Mm-hmm. I should mess with people and just do that to see how they respond.
Sure.
What if you had a bunch of art that was clearly not religious, but then you tried to pitch it as being religious to people that didn't even want it?
Isn't that what Thomas Kincaid kind of did?
Well, Thomas Kincaid, yeah, I mean, he's, Jesus, that guy. He's dead. He died. So he's done. I would say he'd be in heaven, but he doesn't believe in it.
Didn't he have some like lawsuit or some shit go down?
He went bankrupt. So wait a second. I mean, before we start talking about Thomas Kincaid's bankruptcy and him urinating in a fountain in Disney World and other hilarious facts about him being the guy that paints nice little cottages with Bible verses on them for old ladies, grabbing boobs and urinating in Disney fountains. You've been in the zone, Yoni. You've been in the zone. You've been putting in the long hours in the studio. You come into work exhausted because you put in the hours, but you're not doing all the cocaine that's required to properly be an artist in this day and age. You're supposed to do a lot of cocaine. No. And then when you're successful, you're supposed to switch to heroin. But you're skipping those. You're just in the studio, not doing cocaine, staying up late, painting. What gets you in the zone? Or if you're in the zone, do you feel like you're in the zone?
Sometimes I'm in the zone. Sometimes I'm there on weekends, and I get there at like 10 or 11 and stay till I'm too tired late at night, and it just goes by way too fast. Like before I know it, I gotta go home. I'm too tired. So yeah, time just disappears, and then when you're at work, it seems to go forever. So
Yeah.
I kind of wish I had more time, but it's nice having a studio and just getting in there as much as I can. I freaking love it. It's an awesome space. Mike and his buddies started this great spot, and I'm lucky to be there. So pretty sweet. I'm really happy there. I just wish I could be there every day, all day. But gotta pay those bills.
Goddamn
Yeah.
bills. Bill's goddamn job.
Have you guys ever applied to a creative job? So like working for a company in a creative field?
No.
Well, the hard thing is lots of the things, it doesn't, when you work mostly traditionally, you know, or, you know, for example, it's like I could go, I mean, it just is an example, obviously, but like I could be playing a game, you go to the Valve website and it'd be like, need artists for blah. But it's all like, you know, you need to be able to use like Maya, and like everything that's creative has a whole set of software that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
And so unfortunately, like kind of in the area we're in, the creative field would be making a living as an artist, having some representation from a gallery, making some of your artwork into some type of print or something that can be distributed that way. You have to blow up, you know, you need to be one of the artists where you have a name and suddenly everyone wants your work. Because we don't have, if you have an illustration background, you're a little more geared for a company that you can be hired by a company. You could work for like Pixar or Lucas or, I mean, because there's a lot of companies out here, you know, Ubisoft.
Those jobs are great, but they're really competitive.
And they're very competitive, but, you know, so is getting in the gallery, you know. Yeah. But the thing is that, you know, most galleries, if you get represented by a gallery, like if you get a job at LucasArts, they will give you a paycheck. If you get represented by a gallery, you still might not make money.
Yeah.
You know? So the odds with our background of us making a living is, I would say, even more slim because a gallery, you know, they don't need as many people. Now your creative freedom might be larger. You might not be like, here's the project. You need to fill in the color for these 300 backgrounds. Like, okay, you know, whereas here it could be like, yeah, do what you want. You might not make any money, but you can, you know, be pretty loose with it. So it was kind of that weird approach where you're just kind of in a weird sales environment that doesn't. Also, like, you know, I never like made merch, you know, like you got to know how to make merch. But if you make
art books and stuff like that.
Yeah. And the thing is as books, people don't really want books. I don't blame them because they're heavy. And the first time you move, you're like, you know what? I never want to buy a book again. And then because they freaking waste so much and they take up so much space. So I don't blame people for not buying them. And then the thing is it's like, well, you know, as someone who's spent too much time painting minimal landscapes and very, very traditional art does not translate well into sellable items these days. And it doesn't even translate well to the gallery world. I'm coming to find it's been a little bit of a conundrum.
You haven't tried to get into the right galleries that would do your work, though. You haven't even tried. You need to get on that.
Well, no, I'm trying to get in.
You got told.
That's not true, though, because I try to get in spaces, and then it's like, oh, what do you got? And I have 4 paintings. And then it's like, well, they're like, oh, yeah, what else you got? You're looking at it, you know? It's because...
That's because you fucking break half of them. You need to just, like...
I need to keep the ones I don't like.
No, you
need
to just make a few more and then propose a show somewhere because you got...
I need to make more than a few more. I'd have to... And the thing is a few can take me a year.
You don't have to be like in a solo show. You could go for group shows.
That's what I have in a group show? Jeez. God, are we married now?
Jesus.
We are married.
Subliminal Cucumber says that they're a tattooist. I think that's an industry that a traditional artist can move into. I think it does need a very specific set of skills, which obviously you can learn, but also there's an element of stuff that you can't, that maybe takes longer than you might want to learn, or that you might just not have the particular skill set needed. But I think if you're really good at traditional art and you've got your foundations down, I think tattooing's a great industry to be in.
That could be true. Is it hard to learn how to use a tattoo gun? Subliminal cucumber.
Tattoo
Going
machine.
from machine. See, I thought it was called a gun.
It's a machine.
Tattoo machine. Is that like a political thing? Did they change it, or was it always that?
I think it was always that.
I think it's a slang to call it a gun. I mean, I've seen it called gun before, but I think it is slang. I think you're supposed to call it a machine.
All right, subliminal cucumber. You're 31 years old. You've been working full-time jobs. You're exhausted. You wake up at 5:45 in the morning every day. What do you do to start becoming? And you have absolutely no knowledge of tattoo culture and history. What is the timeline to become a professional tattooist that can make a living off of it?
You have to work an apprenticeship. So I get a lot of offers whenever I do something at like a craft fair in the local area. Someone will come up to me and say, "Hey, I work at a tattoo shop. You should come and work with us." Like I get it all the time.
You get job offers for that out of nowhere?
Awesome.
Like they're
Damn.
not job offers, but they're like, you're good. You're like, if you're working in the area, you should come and like apply. It's that kind. It's like an offer to apply.
That's great.
Yeah, that's
But-
cool.
But it's
Yeah, they
because
can do it.
yeah, it's because of the stuff that I do. Like I do a lot of very pretty ladies, and I do dragons. Like it's like okay. But it's I'm very particular about my tattoos. I'm very particular, so it wouldn't be something that I just jump into straight away. It would be something that I would think about for a very long time. I don't know if I could even do it, just simply because I love tattoos and I love tattooists, but I would be so afraid of creating something where I'm the final person in the line for the tattoo to go on their skin. So I do a lot of tattoo references. I get asked to do that a lot, but I'll always say your tattooist has the last say on this. They're going to change it. Be prepared for them to change it because they're the one who understands your body. I would be so afraid that I would do something wrong, and I don't think I could ever forgive myself if I did something wrong on a tattoo and then always saw it on their skin. I think that would drive me insane. Like,
If it makes you feel better, people don't tend to. They only usually regret it like 5 years later.
Yeah, yeah, but like I'd know. Like I see. But I'm super picky about tattooists, though, to be fair. Like, I'm like, oh my god, I'd only ever get a tattoo from insert name here. And it's like, because they're amazing. And then people are like, you realize that person's like literally Leonardo da Vinci right now. It's like, oh my god.
Oh god, I dropped something. That's all right.
Is it lost?
I'll get it later in life. So how many do you have tattoos yourself?
Do I have tattoos myself? No.
Yeah.
You do. You've got epic tattoos.
No, I don't. That's Yoni.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yoni's got epic tattoos on his end. He got worked on yesterday.
Yep. Yesterday, healing. A little tight.
It's really nice.
It is. It's really cool.
Yeah, get it all up in here, up in center, like in this area. Whole freaking sleeve.
I'm just going to read Subliminal Cucumber's response, because obviously they're the person with expertise. So, it's old school. I saw that a shop was looking for an artist and I brought a portfolio. Said I had no experience and the owner took a chance on me. Been at it for 3 years now and just started to make money. Apprenticed for a year before even really getting used to the machine. That fear never really goes away, gamer, but it keeps you sharp, no pun intended.
I don't know. I've just been horrible at. I think I actually have an all right business sense. I've just been horrible to apply my business sense to my own art, if that makes sense. Like
I know, yeah.
I can start a studio and a business. We've done, by the end of this year, we will have put on, about over 60 shows and done all this. But like when it comes to my own art, like I think what it is I spent too much time around the commercially kind of grosser business end of the art world, and it really totally fucked up my head. And I know that that's actually a thing because everyone else that was with me in it feels the exact same way. It's draining, and but it's like you get off work and not only you're just, you know, the normal exhaustion, tired, but then you also want to make something like kind of in protest to what you just spent the whole day witnessing. You're like, I just saw so much shit I don't believe in that makes me sick to my stomach. The thought of making just anything that's not just something I believe in is like just unbearable, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. But also that I work in genres that don't. I mean, some of them can translate okay, you know. Taking these photos, there's a nice little coaster, right? You know, but which wasn't even my idea, you know. But
I'm gonna let this dry. Take a piss. Be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Nice. It's looking great so far.
Yeah, I really like
Nobody
it.
tell me when there's something that looks funny. Is there anything that looks funny?
No, it looks epic.
I know. Or fucking.
That eye's too low.
I really like it.
You gotta raise it. All right. Well, pee first.
No.
I had to say it. Something was either low or this one needs to come over a little bit right here. Whichever way you want to do it. Yeah, do that. You know,
adjusting to this.
That's the only thing. You know, anything else is you know, will be all good. But at the same time, I kind of like the vibe of it. You know, it's got like a like so far right now, it's got kind of a Matisse feel to it. But maybe you can translate like traditional stuff into the new thing. You know, a lot of classical art was based on the story of your tattoo there. So, and it makes for a fucking awesome tattoo.
Yeah.
There's traditional artists that are coming out now that are.
You know, the hard thing is like I see them though, like once they start like getting that success, their art starts becoming like more and more kind of contemporary, and not in the way that it's just new, but in like that genre of contemporary.
Well, like Juxtapose has a freaking like realism thing in it too. I think they had like one time a realism issue. I don't follow that magazine much, but
I don't follow Juxtapose much either.
I just know
It got too like, I don't know.
I just know that there are those artists
It's there.
out there that are getting success.
I got no excuse.
Oh, yeah.
But I can, you know, I already. It's a hard headspace to be in because I just like I think about it a lot, and then I think about how there's like like I'm gonna try anyways, but there's just no goddamn way. And then it's just like
That's not true.
well, this is a dark road, and I'll do everything I can, you know, but it's well, it's not as no way, but you know when you know like so many odds are stacked against you, and it's like
Yeah.
you think of the strategy, and the more you think about it, instead of thinking what productive thing can I do, the more it just like completely paralyzes you with like
Yes.
the reality, and you're like, is this actually helping, or is it just making me terrified? You know,
Mhm.
it's a lot of that. No big deal. Just the endless dark tunnel that is the future, you know.
Do you think that as artists we're more susceptible to feeling like that?
No, I mean, I think everyone feels like that. I just think that we seem whinier about it because we have like a medium to express those ideas and feelings.
Mhm.
And so, you know, it's more of like, quit being a pussy, you know, like, because we're not just going to be, because like it's our job to, even if it's not direct, even if you are painting, you know, a desert landscape with nothing in it, it's still like in there. Like I don't directly, that's the thing that gets me is because like, I think a lot of people would like look past, like when you're working traditionally, a lot of people, like I've seen this pop up on the lounge where if it's like, you're not trying to make a direct metaphor, people seem to have this, like they accuse a lot of realism of this, that you're not attaching this emotion or deeper meaning to your art if you're just like quote copying photographs or something.
Right.
It's like that's not what the person's doing. I always want to kind of freak out at those people because it's like all right, asshole, I've spent like 11 years like thinking about this, but it's that thing where since I started working on that, but it's that thing where it's like no, it's just that the artists are taking a different approach. Someone wants to take a more abstract approach to the idea. A realist will take like, to me, I want to show what, like, I as a human am not capable of by trying as hard as I can to be capable of making this image. And what fails in it is all the meaning, you know, that it will never be perfect. I don't want it to be perfect, but
yeah,
like,
the weird thing is that you get an odd mix between people who say, well, realism has no character or story or soul in it or whatever, and yet on the flip side, if you do stylized work, it's like, well, you don't understand your fundamentals and stuff because you did this bit wrong.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
What do you want from me?
And they shouldn't even be compared because it's two completely different genres. You know, it's like in writing, if someone wrote a novel and you're like, well, that's not what a poem looks like. It's like, well, I wasn't writing a poem, idiot. You know, like, it's like these are just tools. It's kind of like what I keep when people will get really butthurt in Reddit about, oh, someone, you know, they did this paint over thing, they did this and that. It's like, no, they're doing a tool for a different goal, you know, and yeah, it might get more attention here or there, but maybe it's because that certain tool speaks to the audience in this place more. But
yeah, just because people like something doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah, and there's nothing to trip out over. There's an audience for everything, you know. I mean, I get discouraged by struggling to find an audience for the approach I take, but it doesn't mean the audience isn't there, you know. I mean, that already is like looking way better.
It's better?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. Thanks, buddy.
So you can urinate soon now. You have my permission.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Nothing else fucked up?
Yeah, Foxtrot says that they see that on our art all the time.
Our art is
I
just,
hate our art.
I try to I'm sorry, our art. I try to fucking like it, but I go into that sub, it's like you got like so many people going in that sub, and all you have to do is look in to see how few comments and few upvotes there are. Is like, you know, it's not always about the quality of the art to your standard. Like what I try to do with the Artist Lounge is I try to keep it as an idea of the quality of the art to the artist's standard. You know what I mean? To their goals, to their ideas, to their technique, their skill level. That's what's important. You know, this whole thing, like thinking there's this big global picture of this is what the artwork should look like, or this is what it looks like when it's accomplished. Because I can say already right now, from my experience in a business end of it, is yeah, there's great art, this or that, but you know, start moving away from the idea of there being like these magical masters, and just realize that every artist, behind every artist was just a person going in their own goal and direction, and everyone has a different direction, you know. So it all matters how good it is to what they do and their set of parameters, their background, their life, their set of circumstances, their goal. Even then, you don't need to know their story, but you can look at the art and you can see their story. And so it might be good, unless they're Mark Chagall, in which case it's always bad. But
do you care if I don't flush your toilet?
Do I care if what?
If I didn't flush your toilet, we're in a drought situation right now.
That's fine, as long as you didn't. You know, you can. You know.
Letting it mellow.
Yeah, you can just let it mellow. Otherwise, you know.
Some people aren't cool with
flush
it.
it down. Whatever.
Cool with it.
Just, you know, it depends. There's just like a lot of coffee and asparagus today, because if that's the case, I'll probably go. You know.
It's all good.
All right.
Demand Man has posted a work in progress in the Artist Lounge thread. I think it's one of my favorite pieces that they've done.
Let's have a look-see.
I really like it.
I feel like I went in like a really weird. I don't know. Sometimes when I get rambling, it just gets dark, and I don't mean it for it to sound like negative.
No,
but, you know,
I think
it's just you know, I would love to feel how Javier Bardem feels when he's doing an abstract painting in a Woody Allen movie. But I don't like Woody Allen, so.
I think it's good to discuss these things, because then you discover that a lot of other people feel the same way. Like the fact that we all feel the same way about our art just shows the fact that maybe it isn't artists that are commenting on there, or maybe it's a particular type of artist who's commenting in there. Like a lot of the time, it's someone who seems to think that they know everything, and it's like, oh hey.
Yeah. And the fact of the matter is everybody's uncertain because everyone has their own goals, you know. And I could be right now. I'd say like the past week, I felt like I'm always going to make art anyways. And sometimes I feel like I get to make art. How great. And sometimes I feel like, oh my God, why is it this? Like, why can't I just like do a thing and then not think about another goal? Like why can't I let myself relax? But you know, next week it could just be, I mean, it really, no matter how stressful and hard it is, it's always a blessing because you have a goal. Like it's nice to have something that you can keep pulling from. That's always there, no matter how stressful it gets. You know, because I mean, we've had other podcasts where it's just like it gets dark, and we don't always have a lesson game to pull us out of it. You know,
I mean, that's natural though. I think a lot of people don't realize that because the thing is, I didn't realize it. Like being an artist seemed like a really amazing thing to me when I was younger, and obviously it still is great fun, but I didn't expect how hard it is. And it's like, well, it's not hard, it's just you draw pictures and then stuff happens. It's like, well, no, actually there is a lot that can get really hard from that, and you don't expect it. So I think it's good to talk about it, especially in a public forum, because it reminds maybe other artists that don't have the connections that maybe we have, that it is normal to feel like that, and it is normal to go through these feelings and to maybe feel like, I feel like a lot of the time it can seem like you're disconnected with the art community, and then you realize that there is a whole section of the art community that may be even bigger that feels exactly the same way as you. It's just loud people that seem to have the odd like ideas.
Well, that's exactly it. And they're professionals at being loud. It's like I was thinking recently, I was having a conversation with my mysterious roommate Tim, who makes art that who listens and lurks in the shadows.
Yeah, I just saw it. He's got a freaking awesome looking.
Yeah, it's always really good. It freaks me out.
It's always good.
It's way better than ours. Yours
I haven't even started the ink yet, but I'm liking how it's starting, so I think I'll have fun with it. But we were talking about, like, you know, we came, like, when we were in kind of the early 20s, college age, and this still goes on now, by the way. But what was so important is, you know, you're kind of in that almost pretentious-y, you get stoked like, oh, I heard this band that no one else heard of, and it, you know, for us it was
mega
like
hipster.
For us it was like super like mid, what would this be, like kind of early-ish mid 2000s were like super about like hipsters, indie, all that, you know. But it wasn't, you know, and I was very much interested in that scene. I did not have enough style to get away with dressing the part, but I most certainly was listening and participating and arrogant to the part I should have been. But a lot of it wasn't just about like trying to impress people with like, oh, you haven't heard of this, I heard of this first. But it was that idea that you're kind of at least excited by something that's small scale and local, and you get bothered when sure, you can be a dick if something gets successful. But that idea that, like, I still believe in the idea that people need to still think locally. Because when you're inspired by art and you're coming up in it, you're looking at all these, you'll see what makes the news, and all you do is read the news. And I spent a long time for a while, especially when there was this huge boom in the art market right before the economy collapsed, and a little bit right after, actually, because a lot of people were trying to hide their investments, and not hide, but move all their money into art as a safe investment when the real estate market collapsed. Anyways, that was really depressing. But the thing is all that stuff I realized as I was reading it, it was just discouraging me, and I just didn't. It made me not want to make art at all, because it felt like all this was everything. Not even just like big galleries, but every museum, everything you thought you knew about art, you realized there was this horrendous backstory of investment and trading, and it was completely demoralizing. And what I realized, though, the only way you kind of combat this thing of all art just being kind of a traded commodity, which it wasn't for me. It was like, yeah, I would like to make a living at it, but I started making art because it was personal. I didn't draw roller coasters and water slides because I was trying to, like be the next hot commodity. I was drawing it because I loved roller coasters, and I wanted them closer to me.
Yeah.
Which didn't go well with motion sickness as I aged. But the thing is, so you had to start, what helped was thinking like locally, is like you go to like local shows. You don't compare yourself to quote unquote masters.
Yeah, you see who your peers are.
Who are your peers? And even then, you don't even compare yourself directly to them. You just go, I just spit on your painting a little bit. But you just go to appreciate their accomplishments. You got to take everything.
What the fuck, Mike? What the fuck?
You got to take everything for what's in their means. Did the peers do well for with their resources, their background, their thing? And then you got to judge yourself on that level. You don't judge yourself because you didn't make this a 65-foot sculpture out of resin and latex, because you don't have 45 people working for you to do this thing. But did you make this thing in your home? Was it an accomplishment for you? And it always has to be that first.
Yeah.
Because it's not about your own means and resources and your own personal accomplishment. You'll drive yourself crazy.
Yeah. And that actually ties in straight into something that I wanted to talk about. So I watched the KNKL show, if anyone knows what that is, which is a YouTube live stream that's done very much like this. And Keenan Lafferty on the show, he said that you shouldn't get too intimate with your artistic idols. Did anyone just hear the fly land on the bloody microphone? That was ridiculous. Anyway, so yeah, he said don't get too intimate with your idols. And what he was basically saying was you can look at inspiration and be inspired by it and go, right, I'm going to steal this idea that looks really cool, but don't follow that artist over and over again, and don't treat what they say as gospel, and don't, like, for example, I really love Yume, but that might be biased because I've followed her work for so long. Maybe it isn't as good as what's in my head. But I'm always looking at it. It's like, it looks amazing. But like that can affect your judgment, and it can also affect your self-esteem, because you can start to think, well, I can't create that, but you're not meant to. That's their artwork, and you're meant to have your own thing. Do you have similar views on that?
I actually have to be honest. I was reading some text in the chat. I'm going to pass this on to Yoni because I totally missed the question.
Go ahead. So the question is, Yoni, do you find that you look at other artists for inspiration, but you have to stop yourself from maybe getting obsessed with them as an artist or getting obsessed with their work, because it could affect either your work and how you view your work, or perhaps self-esteem and stuff like that?
I don't really think personally it affects my self-esteem, but I think it's good to look at inspirations and those things, if it can bring you energy to your work and whatever. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I mean, you're always going to do what your art is. You're always going to, even I have plenty of people that I'm like, oh, I love that. I wish I could make stuff like that. But it keeps coming out the way I do it. It doesn't come out the way they do it. Even though I'm super stoked on it and I wish I can do that. Even if I want to, like, for example, I want to loosen up on a lot of these pieces lately, and I keep going back to tighter. And it's like, I guess that's just the way I do it. But yeah, I don't, as long as you're not like blatantly copying somebody, I think it's great to have inspirations and learn from them and see what you like about them, and maybe that could help you or not. But yeah, I think it's a good thing. Okay,
cool. Do you have an artist that you really look up to, or who you like every time you see their artwork, you're just like,
Nobody coming to mind right now. I'm sure if I thought about it, there would be, I could make a list of people that I'm super into. But yeah.
Yeah, I think then that you've got a very healthy way of looking at it then. Because I think a lot of people can get quite obsessed. Like, you'll see the same people pop up every day on DeviantArt and stuff like that. And I think people can have a habit of thinking that that person's artwork is like the best artwork ever. And if their artwork isn't the same as it, then it doesn't matter. But you've got a very healthy way of looking at it where you're going, I really like what they do, but this is me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. For sure.
Trying to think. There's artists in history that I can't remember off the top of my head. I know hold on a second. And along this topic, I think I have kind of I remember hearing a funny story about this.
Okay. Are you trying to think?
I remember hearing somewhere that Andy Warhol was almost like stalking Truman Capote.
I don't know who Truman Capote is.
Wrote In Cold Blood and Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Okay.
Hey, it's before my time too. I don't know. I remember hearing about that somewhere. He had like this. I believe that was it. That's why I wasn't sure if it was Truman Capote. If I have the characters right. I remember it being a very an interesting tidbit. Just hearing about artists obsessing over other artists. I'm not even, I mean, I think that's funny. I mean, did you have do you find yourself connecting to artists like more than you think you should, or with it?
I think there's particular artists that maybe my judgment has been clouded because I know them in real life, so I think that they're a really cool person and I really like their artwork, and then it combines together to be like, oh my god, they're awesome. I think that I can have a habit of certain like legacies of art. I can't think of the right word, so I'm going to go with that. So, for example, the artwork to do with Zelda or the artwork to do with Final Fantasy is always going to be something that is close to my heart. So I would view it in like through tinted glasses because it's like, oh, it's like the most perfect thing, but it might just be because I loved those games. And then I definitely have it with artists like Yume. Like I'll run up to my boyfriend and I'll be like, look, Yume made a new piece of artwork. Look how cool he is. And he'll be like, yeah, that's really cool. And I'm like, oh my god, I wish I could do that. And he's like, you probably could. I'm like, what? So yeah, I think a little bit. I think I don't really do it with new artists now. I think it's a lot of stuff that maybe I've grown up admiring that is kind of stuck.
Mm-hmm. You probably could do it. Stop underestimating yourself. I don't know who this Yume is, but you probably got them totally cornered. Wouldn't even trip. Wouldn't even trip on it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
This Yume goofball that you speak of.
No, don't be mean about Yume.
No, Yume sucks. I've seen their work. It's horrendous.
What is wrong with you?
Gross.
No, stop it.
It makes me sick to my stomach. I don't even think I could eat my cookie right now. I could eat my cookie right now.
What type of cookie have you got?
Just my usual. I think it's just a normal chocolate chip.
You're so boring. Get something cool.
Do you know how often I get accused of being boring? Because I am. It's not that often, but actually, I am relatively boring, especially when it comes to food. So that's just who I am. I'm a man of routine. You kind of have to be a person of routine when you're trying to be an artist, or else I don't know about these artists that just like today I made a fireplace out of feathers, and you're just like, how did you get by? Who's paying for you? How does this happen? Why don't I see you at work?
Yeah, but they're the ones who do really well in like the real art world.
Yeah, but they're just from.
I feel like
places.
we're missing something. I feel like we're like, oh no, that person. Like we could be like artists that have real money if we just Shut up and dealt with it.
If we start with real money. The artists, I actually stopped. There was a site out here called Fecal Face, and it has a lot of local artists. And I had to stop reading the website, especially as like this was in my maybe like in the mid-20s, so like 6 years ago or so. They would have these mini interviews with these local artists, and these local artists would be living off their art, and they'd always ask them like, "How do you do it? How do you pay the bills?" And it drove me crazy because that's what I wanted to know. Because as an artist as someone who wants to make a living as an artist, and if you don't know how do people do it? It's like literally the most important thing you could tell a person.
Yeah, and it's weirdly rude to ask. Like you can't ask that.
And I think it should be asked for everyone because it is the most stressful thing to not know how to do. And for every person, it's a different story. And none of them are anything to be embarrassed about or whatever it is. Because if you had to I work at Domino's Pizza to support being an artist, you shouldn't be embarrassed by that. That's kind of an amazing story. Oh my God, this guy at Domino's is making this amazing art,
There's there was a post that went around my Facebook feed a little while back that was basically this lady saying, yeah, I'm an artist and I do it full time, but it can't support my lifestyle. I have a husband and I wish I could. Yeah, and she was basically saying that she wished she could support with it, but she can't. So he does support it and that he has no issues with it. But
do you know how much of a relief it was to read that?
Yeah,
it's like someone that could just admit that it was because it's so much more comforting. Or it's just easier to know that oh, this person, because whatever it is, it's a thing. But it's because if you don't know what it is and you're a struggling artist, you'll just constantly feel like you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
But you hear that it's just a different set of circumstances. You're
it's why am I not at that stage? I'll see my peers and they're like, oh, I'm currently in Australia right now selling my artwork. God. It's how are you doing that?
Yeah. Oh, that's the worst. That's why I stopped using Facebook. It's is everyone getting paid to go on vacation? Because I don't understand, because you never post today was really boring or today was really stressful at work. And then the thing but I was reading these interviews on this website and they would ask, so how do you pay the bills? And literally zero of the people over the course of a year in the interviews ever said anything about, they would come up with a weird, vague, oh, you got to just hustle, man. Odds and ends, or oh, got to just do this and that. It's why don't you just say what it is? Because it's I don't care what it is. It could be, I'm doing commissions. I make merchandise. My parents pay me. I have a patron. I'm banging an old lady and she gives me money. I sell drugs. I don't care what the answer is. You just want to know you're not alone when you're an artist, Do
you think there's any element of people who don't want to say because they don't want you to steal their method of getting money?
I think that's only when, not entirely. I think that not in that regard. I think they don't want to admit that they're not self-sustaining is the thing that it was. That's why I really like that one article. It's just say what it is. Most great artists back in the day had patrons anyways. I'm not gonna shit on a Michelangelo painting because the Pope was bankrolling him. But you can help artists. Every artist has a thing, there's local artists out here there's an artist out here. And now, again, this is secondhand thing from one friend, but there was an artist out here who makes amazing paintings named, who's in East Oakland? He does the awesome figure paintings. We both follow his stuff. He's one of our favorite artists out here.
Brett Emery?
Yeah, Emery, Brett Emery. He makes awesome art. He was a bartender, and then he had a show. His art kind of started to really take notice and blow up, and now he's got, I believe he has a studio in East Oakland. He makes work now. If you ask, hey, Brett, what are you doing to pay the bills right now? And then he's like, I'm a bartender. I wouldn't be that's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, and he did it and he made it work. And then there's other artists I've known that I have other artists that have siblings or significant others that, pay the bills or this or that. But I think what drove me crazy and I couldn't stand it was just the vagueness. It was just kind of it was I don't know.
No, I agree with you. Because I'm at a stage at the moment myself where it's why am I not successful yet. Like, I expected to be there by now. And it's like, I've been doing this for 4 years. Why is it not enough to support me right now? It's like, oh. And no one tells you any of it when you're going into the industry, really, at all. Like, and then when you're in the industry, it's like some weird shrouded secret of how to make money. And it's like, what the hell? Like, no other industry has that. Like, no other industry hides how to make money.
Yeah, you know, they'll hide like a product, but they don't hide. And then everyone has like their story, and their stories are always not accurate. We've heard in our own field of being art handlers in the commercial gallery world, we will hear stories, and they are not true even a little bit.
Really?
Oh God, that's like the thing. Like, we get, like, it can be discouraging because you'll hear how malleable art history is. It's just kind of like someone will say this thing, and since they are the controller of this artist's estate, that's just the fact now, you know. And it's like, I mean, take art for the art, because any story you're going to read on the wall or on the placard, it's probably pretty. I mean, it's like with anything. It's like if you hear about some celebrity, and then, you know, someone 10 years later does an interview with a friend, and they're just like, yeah, every night they go out and choke their dog. You'd be like, Jesus Christ, you know. You learn like these things. Like, it's not. I mean, that's a very weird made up example, but you'll learn that it's like there's not. It's definitely not as magical as you led to believe.
Right.
So it's not. I don't think it's a healthy environment for artists to be around. I think we kind of need to be in the story a little bit, just because that stuff shouldn't matter as much. So like overexposure to it can be kind of unhealthy, but whatever.
I'm trying to remember what the Reddit name is. God damn it. What's wrong with me? Nines. Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Nines says the cosplay community is the same way. The famous ones who get flown all over as con guests don't let their secrets out either. They'll say, "Oh, I sell prints." Yeah, the hell you do.
That's really interesting. I'd really be interested to hear more about that. That sounds a lot like, because some things they don't. You mentioned, do they keep their secrets close? Art restorers are a lot like that. They don't want to share their techniques because it's such a small demand. You don't want other people to know how to do it. Our art restorers, man, like the art restorers that are for like for our day job for our gallery, man. Those are like my favorite people ever.
Yeah, those guys are magicians.
Those are the art magicians, even more so than the artists, are the art restorers, because they'll be like, there was one, so there's our current restorer who's awesome. Both of them were these Russian dudes, and he had trained this other Russian guy, and anyways, the previous one we had, he had passed away, but he was a character. Here's the thing. I don't even know how PC it is, but he was so Russian. Like, to the
what
point
does that mean?
He had gutted the inside of his house, the whole front of his house, to make it his studio. Took all the walls out, and then when you ask, like, why did you rip all the walls out of your house? He's like, well, because when you have when you have these here, you can turn them into shelves now. It's like, dude, you're so Russian. But he was awesome. He's like my favorite dude. He had this attitude, like. There's two types of restorers. There were like the guys that just will like, I can just make a painting, be brand new, you know? Mm-hmm. And then there's the people that are like, you know, they go to school. Like, I remember we had this one painting, right? And they were going to give it to our regular guy first, but first they reached out to someone else. And this woman shows up, and she has like this kit. It's packed in a box, right? And she comes in, she has all the little chemicals all organized with the label, the little brush. And she's like testing things out and this and that. And it's like nothing happens. And then they give like this full analysis, which is probably like the more like legit archival preservation. There's kind of like people that can preserve art and then people that restore it, you know?
Okay.
And so this is like the preservation person. They give all that thing. Okay. And like they want this piece restored. And then so once she's done, you bring it to our Russian friend, and he's just got like, he comes out in his pajamas, you know, he's got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. You hand him the painting. He just looks at it. He's just got like the cigarette like dangling over the painting. And he's like, yeah, I can make it look right in 2 days. You know, he's just like, and he'll completely like, but he's so fascinating because you'll give him a piece, like we've given him pieces that will be like completely, and you document everything as it's been restored. Because, you know, if you get art from an artist that passed away decades ago, it will be like, you know, completely demolished. They'll have their art stored in a barn for 30 years, and a lot of it will be demolished. So your goal is just like, hey, what can we restore to bring back to life so people can like see this art again, you know? And so you give him this painting, he's got the cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and he'll just do whatever. It'll be completely, the color will be faded, it'll be filthy, you know, it'll be like twisted, there'll be 3 holes in the canvas. And you come back a week later, it looks brand new, like it was just made yesterday, you know? And then he's like one of those guys that, you know, you ask like, how the hell did you do this? And he's like, oh, you had to reline it. How'd you do that? Well, you know, you use rabbit skin glue and you put it on a vacuum table. Where the hell do you get a vacuum table? Oh, I made it. You made it, you know, like he just like was that kind of dude. And to me, that's so fascinating because you have to know so much about the material and the artistic process. It's so much harder to restore art than it is just to make it from scratch.
Yeah, there's a lot of chemistry and science involved.
Yeah, exactly.
Those dudes really know their shit. There's a lot of material knowledge and chemicals and the times that these chemicals are being used and whatever properties in the paints and mediums and varnish, and
they know way more than your average artist is an art restorer.
Yeah.
They'll know everything.
Yeah, they have to know everything.
And they are like, these guys are freaking characters, man. He was hilarious because you bring it and he'd be like, how much is this painting worth? And you'd be like, oh, they're trying to sell it for this, and he'd just laugh. Like, and there'd be artists he just like hated because those artists never like used archival materials or knew what they were like. They didn't care about the materials, so he'd be like, "Oh, great! Now I have to go find Play-Doh and marbles that match this," you know. It's a Highlander type thing. There can only be X cus famous people at once since it's such a niche market. Niche market. They don't want to share. You okay there?
Yeah.
Did you burn yourself?
No.
Did your cat jump on something?
Okay, there's a fly that's driving me nuts. I tried to hit it and I just hit my screen and it really hurt.
Kitty hasn't caught the fly yet?
He's given up. He gives no shits now.
He gave up. Cats don't give up.
He's just wandered off. He doesn't care anymore. Maybe I'll get one of the other cats. I'll bring them over here and they can attack it. Oh, that really hurt.
Yeah, it sounded painful.
Oh, well.
I'm having this weird moment where I started inking, and as I ink, I realize I screw something up in pencil, and it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's not a good time to realize you made a mistake with the pencil.
That sucks.
I don't think this is gonna turn out to be like my original idea, but I think I'll just roll with it.
My finger's gone bright red.
What's going on? Your hand's red now?
Yeah.
What did you do to yourself?
I just like... So I went to slap at it because it landed on the screen. And as I moved my hand up, I just, like, I flicked the bottom of the laptop where the ledge is out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, my nail's gone, like, bright red. I don't know, I think I've, like, actually damaged myself.
Are you gonna lose a fingernail now?
No, it's not that bad. It's just, like... It's just gone, like, bright red in a line underneath the nail.
Jesus.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've done today. Oh, well.
Well, that's pretty good, though. That's not too bad, you know? If that's the dumbest thing you did all day, that's not a bad day.
Oh, wow, Demon Man, I'm not reading that out.
Yeah, it's not getting ready for the podcast. Everyone's gonna be going back to find the hour and the minute and just to like, oh, let me make sure. Yep.
No, don't make it weird.
We'll leave that there.
I'm looking through my list of things that I wanted to talk about.
I know I had a bunch. Studio spaces, etc.
Yeah, go on then. Talk about studio spaces, because I don't know anything about studio spaces.
Well, the idea came up because Mac Anthony was in a situation recently where someone was, he had people that were willing to pose for him so he could do some figure studies, but he did not have a place to actually do the drawings. And then so it became the challenge, where can you find somewhere to do figure pieces of someone? I don't think they were all, I think they might have even been clothed in this case, but where do you go to draw a person?
Yeah.
Like if you're in like, because he's in I believe North Dakota, and so it's like a smaller city in North Dakota. It's like, where are you gonna like? It's not like, you know, in the Bay Area you're gonna have a bunch of places that you can find studio space. It'll be expensive, but in many larger cities,
you can't exactly just say, come back to my place and I'll draw you. It sounds a bit weird.
Yeah, that sounds weird. That can be concerning for people. So that became this challenge. And so we're like, well, okay, let's figure this out, you know? And eventually, I believe he knew someone that had a coffee shop. And then in the coffee shop, they had an area where they would have like, they'd practice for like their band. And then so he was able to talk to the people and they let him use that space for a fee as a studio for a while. Another idea was renting a private room at a library. You know, they have like study rooms.
Okay.
Which I thought was a pretty interesting idea.
That's cool. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. And it's funny because I haven't had to think about that for a while because, you know, we started our space in Oakland, which was funny because I think for a lot of people it was like, how the hell do you start an art space in the Bay Area, you know? Because that doesn't seem to make sense, especially like financially. I don't have I borrowed money from a friend to do that with the other managers, which I would never normally do. But I mean, how do you start an art studio gallery in the Bay Area with no money? It still seems kind of weird that happened. But in our case, what happened was we had a collective we were all a part of in Berkeley, and that space started by just getting a whole bunch of people together to rent one spot, so it was cheaper, and then you have to manage studio renters. But if you find a space, you can find, in that case, it was like 18 to 20 renters, and it wasn't even that large. It was this really crappy rundown storefront in a neighborhood that really didn't have any foot traffic and not the greatest neighborhood. And now it's funny, it's kind of developed a little more, but that's how that started. And so we were in there, and then we didn't like the direction that place was going, and we're like, we want to get into Oakland because there's this kind of particularly one of the people that's our managers at our new space had lived there at that point almost 10 years. And there was a really growing art scene that was exciting that, you know, he wanted to be more of a part of because all his friends were. And I was excited by it because I had seen it when I first moved to the Bay Area. I was more excited about Oakland than San Francisco or Berkeley. A lot of music, a lot of the hot indie music at the time I was listening to, and underground hip hop was coming out of Oakland. So we went to that neighborhood, and then we found a bunch of warehouses. There was a bunch of warehouses there that were empty, and there was kind of like a for rent sign. And so we just called the number and asked the person how much they wanted, and they weren't sure yet. And it was a whole new thing happening for them. Turns out they had artists in their family, and they had offers to turn these buildings into condos. And, which that would have been it. You could have sold it. You could have been done. He would have made, I mean, he could have made a lot of money in that, but he wanted to give something back to the city and his whole family of artists. So he wanted to do something related to the arts. And we talked about using the spaces for galleries and explained our space and how it'd work as a studio space, you know, because we'd had our experience from our previous studio in Berkeley. And he was down. And so he was also willing to like invest his own resources and money into it. And I mean, the thing is if you're ever trying to start a studio, pretty much the tips I would say is look for empty spaces that are by public transportation, that are in spots in town that people can get to relatively easily. It doesn't have to be a nice part of town, but something that people can like buses, trains, whatever, pretty main area. And then it helps a lot. Like the thing that helped the most was having the landlord on board. You're not always going to have the landlord on board, but what you can do is if you find storefronts or anything, most landlords will want to either rent the place or try to find buyers, and they know that they can't do that unless there's demand, or unless you can make the space look like it can really be used for something. And that's where it can be handy, because if you promise to do like a studio or a gallery, you can draw some really kind of hot attention to the area. So you can fairly talk them into the idea that it's like, hey, let me put some artists together and show off this space, and you can actually show it to people that might be interested in the building as like, hey, look at what these guys did with very few resources. And meanwhile, we'll put on shows here and make it an exciting and cool place, you know, and show that what you can do with the building with very little. And so that's what our role in the beginning was, is, I mean, we had our studio and we did hardly any, I mean, in all actuality, he had done more renovation to the building than we ever did. So we just put in some lights. We didn't even refinish the floors or put in anything. So it's always like 10 degrees too hot, too cold, and dusty and filthy. But then, you know, if we can make this into a semi-presentable art space, like imagine what you can do with a little bit of effort and time. Well, I mean, we put those things, both some resources, you know. And that's kind of that promise you can make if you look for like kind of commercial retail places or things that look like they're a little dilapidated or they haven't been fixed up in a while. Offer to fix it up, say, because drywall's cheap. Drywall's like $12 for 2 sheets. Put in a little work, invest a little bit. Say you can fix a space up. If you give us a deal on this rent, or if you let us just use the space for a couple months, you can show potential renters like, hey, look, this space is viable and maybe you can rent it or sell it, you know, into something more permanent. Like take that pop-up approach, you know. Pop-ups are a really good way in a city to get also you can get the city to invest in it too, because they want to really push local business. So that's what we did. That's how we started our space in Oakland. It was the landlord that made it possible because he was like so cool about it. But a big part of it is just is like you'd be surprised if you just try, if you just call that number.
The thing is, you made yourself look like an asset.
Yeah.
You made yourself look like this is something that you guys actually want. That kind of thing.
Yeah. And that's really all it is because it is a thing that it didn't take much for us to be happy. You know, we weren't like a business that required much. We pretty much is like, they had to build these certain walls so they could actually rent it to us. We were pretty much like, put in a bathroom and plumbing and we'll do everything else. The way we got the lights installed is one of the guys knew an electrician. And so he was able to like help us out. And so knowing people in that regard was a huge help, but it was all like, I think the approach to how I approach art helped a lot. And like, what's the least amount you can do this with? Because people will get really like hung up in, well, if we don't have this or this, we can't do it. It's like, no, like simplify. What is the least you need to do this with? It's like, well, we need walls we can hang on and like a bathroom and a sink. And then everything else will be okay. And then you'll find that you'll adapt and then you can slowly add the other things over time.
Yeah, that's a really cool way of looking at it.
My only other suggestion is if you get some type of industrial/warehouse space is to, before you start building walls and anything, to hose the damn place down first, because we didn't do that. That was a mistake. Hose it down first. Get that original pile of dust out of there. But it didn't require much, you know. I mean, it was a lot of work and it was insanely stressful, and especially in the beginning. And it still is a lot of work now, but God, in the beginning, it was unbearably stressful. But it's all possible. And so that was the thing, is like, if you're looking for studio space, you'd be surprised, even if you just drive around town, like go to an industrial kind of area and just like look at those empty warehouses and just be like, well, shit, what do I really need? You know, like, what is this? Like, a lot of these people will just own buildings and they might not have any plans or might be older and not really care. It's like, there's a good chance they'll just like totally rent you a space for next to nothing, because whereas before they were making $0, now you pay them. Just, and the thing is, like, don't be a dick about it. You know, if you get a space, don't just like trash it. Like, don't be an asshole, you know?
Yeah.
Like, treat it all right. Yeah, invest in the space a little bit, and you know it helps if the landlord invests in it. But like, go in knowing that you'll need to invest. If you can't invest money, be prepared to at least invest time to help fix it up, and don't expect to just like get that money back. You know, like, but if you put that little bit of work, it's surprisingly doable. Like, I don't worry about that. I don't worry about finding studio space anymore, to be honest. Like, after doing this a couple times and figuring it out, like wherever I would go or end up, I don't worry about like, will I be able to find a studio? It's like, I'll figure it out, you know? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's not rocket science. So yeah, that was an interesting conundrum that he was in there. I keep telling him, I'm like, find artists. I know you were in a show. I know there's artists there. You can find people. You can put a space together. I mean, it's not that easy. I mean, there's a bunch of life gets in the way of a lot of it, but it's doable. And he eventually found that practice space, you know, and who knows where that can lead.
Yeah, it's good. Exciting times. Can we talk about the epicness that Yoni just did on his painting?
Epic what?
Your epicness.
So you did a wash, right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, glaze or wash.
So I've seen traditional artists do this, but I've never really understood how it's done or anything. So could you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'm using matte medium. I have gloss medium in my studio. Sometimes I mix them. I make a satin. Right now I'm just using matte. It's kind of weird because the black I brought is a glossy black, so I'm kind of battling getting the finishes to match. And sometimes I do some glazing and browns a lot, or purple, or kind of earth tones usually. Certain colors I've learned work better than others. And I've probably never done one much in black, but I did a thin black one just because I thought it could be cool to. I'm just having trouble knowing where I want to take this piece, and I keep envisioning getting darker and darker. So I did that black glaze just to kind of set it back a little bit. Usually I rely heavily on the photo, and I try to match the colors quite closely, but this one I'm trying to deviate from it, and sometimes that works better than others. So yeah, I don't know how this is going to turn out, but
I really like it. It's really cool, and the chat's really liking it as well. When they saw you start doing that, everyone was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring back some lights and stuff and brighten it up a little bit, but just kind of pushing and pulling the darks and lights will be the battle, because I don't really have color to go off of, so I'm gonna just kind of play with it. I thought about trying to do like a pink glaze and putting in some pink light coming from underneath, but it's hard for my brain to figure out lower lighting when this is like lit up front. Mm-hmm. And I kind of want to explore making it even more dramatic, but don't know if I'm equipped to do that, so we'll just see.
I'm really liking it so far.
Thank you.
Meaty Elbow says, Funisher, stop pussyfooting around, bring out the big black hardcore mark.
No, okay, God, I busted. I was totally doing that too. I was even thinking of that before you said it, like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna kind of touch around. He so busted me on that. That was exactly what needed to happen. All right, here it is. God damn you. You know, I think I'm gonna just ditch on my original idea with this because I kind of got something else going here and I want to roll with it. So, I had this whole kind of idea where I was gonna start with, I was gonna start with the idea. I joked about it earlier of showing all the materials of the costuming, like so the wings you would see the things holding it together. You'd see the band on the head that holds the horns on the head, etc., and the strings and the sewing and everything, and then have the materials are the thing that are the shadow off the page, like rolls of tape, you know.
Oh, right, like
that, and that would be the shadow, and then it would build, and then turn into the actual thing as it went up. You know, cool. So yeah, and I'm not going to do that. So let's just pretend that was a bad idea. Mostly just because, to be honest, the only reason I'm not doing that right now is I'm kind of just feeling the looseness of the brushwork and the brush pen and everything. And I kind of want to just focus on getting, I didn't want to sacrifice some potential kind of fun technique things that are happening to just try to force it into a concept. If it wasn't going that way, because that would usually backfire. So I'm gonna just kind of stick with the process that's happening now and see where this goes, because I think it could be more interesting, which is all right, because I'm actually tend to be better in that situation anyway. So see what happens there. I can't believe I was busted on the hardcore marker. He totally knew. How's yours feeling?
Yeah, it's fun. I'm kind of just like, I'm not really being too precise. I'm just painting, I guess. I'm just playing around, and I'm using this this flat brush and just going in and just painting back and forth strokes, being very messy with it, kind of keeping it very concept arty-ish rather than precise. So yeah, I'm having fun with it. Just trying to build up form, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Demon Man posted in the Artist Lounge thread with the finished picture, by the way.
Oh, I'm gonna hop on that. 1 minute, Demon Man.
It's kind of fun knowing that the original poster's in the chat.
It's actually, I don't know. I mean, I hope it's exciting to watch. I mean, I know the process moves a little slowly, but
I thought it would make me really nervous, but it's actually making it kind of fun.
It didn't make me nervous for the art as it did so much as make me nervous for the things I say. It's like, oh God, I don't know. I'm always worried.
Why didn't you take a fucking better picture?
Demon Man asks.
Give those photos, whoever you took the watermarks. I love the watermarks. Great watermarks. That didn't really work. It looks like a fucking MF Doom album cover.
What, the thing you just did? Yeah. See how Yoni will he'll just wipe shit out. He knows. Except he doesn't completely smash the piece when he does that. He just keeps working back into it.
Usually I don't finish in one night, so this is going to be a struggle to...
See, earlier I looked down and I was like, oh my God, you're already done.
No way.
It's like, it looks ridiculous.
No, he's got the way. He's not done. Still got a ways to go.
So Demon Man asks, Smokey, what paints are you using?
I'm using a mix of acrylics and acrylic gouaches, which are kind of a blend of acrylic and gouache, which I have a little bit of for some brighter colors. I have some of the Dick Blick crap, not to promote them because fuck them, but
Oh wow.
I have it. Holbein's really good. Acrylic gouache. These, I don't know if you guys can see them, but they're expensive, but they're really cool and really bright and great chroma, and yeah, they dry a little darker. Yeah, I use all kinds of different acrylics, Liquitex, Golden's really good. Just depends on the project. Like if I want to break down and use the expensive stuff for certain things, other things I'll use the cheap stuff. It kind of depends. Right now I just brought these Dick Blick ones, and I have some golden paint and a little of everything, I guess. No, I didn't mean to say fuck them, but you know.
I think you did mean to say it because they pretty much are cornering the art store market.
Yeah.
They're the monopoly. They bought Utrecht.
There's some other good stores that I like to support. They're just not
like
always,
Artists and Craftsmen Supply.
Yeah, they're cool. They're just not always in my vicinity. I don't have a car, so sometimes it's convenient to go. So whatever, it's all good.
We got a nice Demon Man piece right here. I don't need to work so fast. Gotta loosen up. I gotta get loosey goosey.
Yeah, loosen your roll.
That's beautiful.
So how do you guys work without shoving cookies in your face?
I shoved a cookie in my face before I started.
How do you do it without shoving a cookie in your face during?
Because I don't want chocolate on my teeth when I jump back to the front screen.
Oh.
It's literally, that's the reason.
See, for me, it'd be like, I don't want to get fat, but, you know, I put on weight so easy, it's ridiculous. I don't even have to try.
Yeah, but you were fucking getting super thin. You were getting anorexic thin, and you were like, I need to lose more weight.
Well, you know, once you start going down those notches in the belt, it's pretty exciting. You know, it's like, oh my God, I'm on like the dip of the roller coaster, just raising my hands and screaming, you know? It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. Down with Dick Blick, fight the power. Unless they want to send me shitloads of coupons, in which case, you know, nah, fuck them, I don't care. That's my local art store. They're really close by, but it's like they clearly, like, they got a system, man. They got a system.
I mean, most of those art stores, the big chain ones, just have horrible service, and they just corner the market. And
yeah, and then they give you that coupon for like 30% off, but that's like you have to sit there and wait for that.
I've worked at plenty of art stores, and I know how you can be like a good customer service and things like that, but it also sucks. They don't get paid shit, and that's shitty to work for those places. But anyway, I don't know where I'm going with that, but
I applied for a job at the one down the street when I first moved out here, and I didn't get it. I didn't even get an interview. I got nothing.
Pearl?
Oh, wow.
This is for Dick Blick. It's all right, man. We can call people out. I'm still mad at Bedford Gallery for nothing when it came to that landscape show they had. And I'm like, hey, have a look at a landscape, and they're just like, nope, fuck you, Mike. And then they use my submission to just to put me on a mailing list. I'll get like flyers for shows. I'm like, how about fuck you?
Yeah,
I'm never going to your dumb show.
Yeah, that's the worst.
It's like, art gallery.
You said no to me before. Why are you advertising to me?
Yeah, well, am I going to go there now and buy a piece? Yeah, go fuck yourselves. I would say maybe they're nice, but actually I've heard, at least back then, that director there was an asshole, so I don't care. Whatever. I'll burn that bridge. The bridge never happened. Mike, I listened to that podcast. This is the owner of the gallery. I do not appreciate the way you talk to me or about my friend who owns Dick Blick Art Supplies.
We're best of mates.
We're homies. We play shuffleboard at the bar. I wish. Then me and Yoni could challenge them. The shuffleboard duel.
What's shuffleboard?
Oh man. Well, there's like the shuffleboard you see like the retirement home style, which is like the full life-size version, which it looks kind of like curling. Picture, you know, curling. Picture Olympic curling. But you're like sliding a thing, and then you want it to land in an area worth a certain amount of points, and you can knock other people's things out of the way. And there's like the big size, like the full like body size. And then in bars, they'll have like shuffleboard tables, which are like, I don't know, roughly 15 feet long, and you slide them like air hockey pucks almost. And that's what I was used to playing. We had a local bar here that was pretty great. Was pretty great and had a good shuffleboard setup. And they closed. It was called the Kingfish, and they closed for whatever reason. And then they said, oh, we're gonna move the bar across the street. And sure enough, I'm going to this venue down the road, and they are literally moving the bar's been around. It's almost like an historical landmark, at least for America, because it's been around since like 1922, which is good for America. Like, give us a break. I know out there in Europe you have buildings that were made in like AD 07, you know. But for like America, like the 20s is pretty good for still being around. And we're lucky it hasn't turned into like in like a Burger King yet. And so they literally moved the bar itself across the street. It's like there's this library, there's a public library. It's like in their parking lot is sitting like the Kingfish, and it's not finished. I don't know when it's going to be done, but it's like they like picked the bar up and moved it into the parking lot of the library across the street.
I've seen that happen. I was in the car with my parents. This is when I was quite young, and we were like driving across the country.
So like 6 months ago, right?
Yeah. And we were driving across the country to go on some holiday somewhere. And my dad says something like, there's a house behind us. And I'm like, yeah, whatever, Dad. And then I look out the back of the car. There is an actual house, like a proper house, driving down the street and sitting in traffic with us. And it was like this weird contraption that was holding this house up with like a car in front of it, dragging it along. But it was a proper house, like a brick and mortar house. It was like, what's going on?
That is awesome.
It was literally the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life.
That is perfect.
Just seeing a house follow you down the road is just odd.
That is so weird. That'd be kind of scary. It's like, do you know when you're at like an airport? Oh wait, never mind. I thought I heard people outside, but it was just Yoni harassing Tim. Do you know when you're at like an airport and you look out the window and there's just like a 747 right there, like staring at you in the face, and it's kind of terrifying briefly? I think it'd be like that. Or like when you see those photos online of like here's the captain of the ship, and he's like standing next to the boat's out of the water, and it's like a cruise liner, and he's standing next to the big propellers, and you're like, Jesus! It's like kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
There's actually a word for that, fear.
But I kind of would picture that if I looked at my rearview mirror and there's just like a house chasing me down the freeway.
It's literally the oddest thing I've ever seen. The man wants to work at Victoria's Secret. Oh dear.
Diabo also claims that Banksy was a dick blick shill. It's probably true. He's probably selling products.
And then my man wants to know, did you have Smokey on because it's 420? Ironic.
Happy 420, yay.
I'm gonna pretend that is the reason. I bet you, Demon Man, are you celebrating 420? I'm gonna celebrate 420 by drinking wine and eating a cookie. That's how I always celebrate it. Every year.
I forgot it was 420.
You just reminded me.
My mom's gonna watch this. She's gonna be like, "What's 420?"
That's the time when everybody smokes weed.
I thought you were gonna come up with some different answer.
Like something clever.
Yeah.
I should have said something clever.
I thought you were.
I should have at least said it was like the international time to eat pizza, and then she'd be like, go up to her friends like, "Hey everybody, I think it's 420," and then eat pizza, and they'd all think she's high.
Then
she'd be like, "No, furniture told me that's what it is."
Furniture said to eat pizza. That would make someone think you're insane if you said that sentence.
But now what's going to happen is she's going to say that, and then her friends are going to smoke her out, and your mom's going to come home. She's going to be all like ripped, and you're going to say something funny, but she's going to laugh like a really long time about it. And you're going to be like, "Why did she think that was so funny?"
No.
I don't know your mom, but that's totally her style.
No, she's a lecturer.
She gives lectures?
Yeah, she's a lecturer at university.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Is it fair for me to ask what she gives lectures on, or is that just like going?
Well, only if you're ready for it.
I'm excited that you're willing to answer it, to be honest.
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
So she teaches people who want to become teacher's assistant how to be good teaching assistants to help teachers whilst working in their teaching placements. There you go.
So is that like I guess fascinating. And that's just like I can't like that's a job I've literally didn't even know existed.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean that in like a really interesting way. Is this for like a university thing, or is this for like substitution and primary education, or how does that work?
It's for all education. So, for example, a lot of them will help teachers who have students who have like special needs and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
They'll just be helpers in the classroom who know how to teach certain things so that the teacher can send them off into groups and stuff like that. But there's a whole load of like theory and stuff that you have to learn to do with it. So she teaches them to do that, but she's also like assessed on her being able to do that as well. So it's like this weird weird mixture of stuff that she does.
Huh.
She's also an assessor for her students as well. So, but yeah, it's pretty
That's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Tell her furniture thinks she's awesome.
I will.
Fantastic. I worked at a special needs school. True
Yeah?
story. Yeah, I worked in a swimming pool. I helped the kids learn how to swim. That was actually, I would say that would be like my only like job where I actually really felt good about what I did.
Except when the kid was trying to drown you.
Yeah, well, the kid tried to drown me once. That was a little rough. And then, you know, some other mishaps. Lots of poo in the swimming pool, you know.
Did you have to clean that up?
I didn't have to clean it up, but it was like, you know, it's kind of hard to like be in a pool and then someone like drops a deuce and then you're supposed to get in that pool the next day. Like,
Oh, wow.
hey. I actually, you know, and at the end of the year, I kind of felt like I don't know how I can do this job and not feel like I'm gonna it'd be in a really unhealthy situation. But regardless, it felt good because I knew I was gonna move to California, but it wasn't happening yet, and I was running out of money, and so I needed a job. And then a friend's like, "Hey, do you like kids?" And I was like, "Nope." And he's like, are you a lifeguard or anything? I was like, "Nope." And he's like, "Do you want to work at this school and help kids swim?" And I was like, "Yes." So that was that. I do not. I mean, I can swim all right and everything. Now I know how to swim. It was actually surprising because there was a lot of pool assistants who literally did not know how to swim. So
What? Really?
No, they did. They just hung out in the shallow end because what a lot of it was, you know, it was kids that, you know, weren't physically able to swim anyway. So you kind of just did some basic like physical therapy, and they just like being in the pool. So you just kind of kept an eye on them, and you could stand in most of the pool, so you just help them out. But I knew how to swim, and so yeah, so I was helping kids, like mostly mentally and physically disabled children, like learn how to be comfortable in the water. I mean, some kids you're just, you know, it's the physical therapy, but some kids you were actually like kind of helping learn how to swim and do that, and it was actually just really rewarding. Like I never had a job that, like, because I was used to jobs where you just like, here's the company I work for, and I'm just used to retail, and it was so different to have a job that actually like, you know, it'd have its own stresses and everything, but at the end of the day, like you'd feel good about what you did, you know, you would actually like, see like helping people. Yeah, you're
improving the world by being a part of it.
Yeah, it was great. You know, I've applied for jobs out here, kind of similar places, but instead of pool helping, you know, people do art, they didn't take me. They took someone else. So they're dead to me now. I hope their business goes under. I snuck out of my job to try to get a job, and they didn't hire me, motherfuckers. Anyways, I'm joking. Not bitter. I'm happy. I'm happy for whoever got the job instead of me. But no, when I worked in that pool, there was the kids were characters because I didn't know anything about like working with kids with disabilities. So when I started, I say a lot in the story because it's like that weird kind of like what's PC and what's not.
Yeah, you're thinking about what you need to say. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because I remember when I started, I had no experience in this. And so what I thought I knew, it was not entirely accurate. So I remember at one point, I had no experience with children, no experience with people with, you know, autism or, you know, any disability whatsoever. And I just interviewed with the principal, and they're pretty much like, yeah, come in this day, and then you work with these guys. And I'm just like,
really?
Okay. Yeah,
that's insane.
It was really easy to get a job.
You could never do that here.
It was really easy. And I remember walking out of the principal's office, and then like it was the end of school and the bell rings and all the kids come out of class. And so all the kids with all the different disabilities, like Down syndrome, just, you know, kids, you know, wrong people like cerebral palsy, you know, just physical, not mental, but like they're all coming out of class, and then all the kids like start surrounding me because they don't know who I am in the hall, and then they're all just like shaking my hand and like touching me like, oh, and I'm like, and it was just the most surreal thing, and it was that moment where I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm surrounded by like 60 kids all staring at me.
That's
like,
insane. If you tried to do that in the UK, you would not get that job. I
was surprised I did even in the US, but and then
the fact that you didn't even have a CRB check, like, do they have CRB checks in America?
I don't even know what that is. But the thing is there were certifications we went through later. They'd have people come in and do training things. I wasn't doing like I was more like a swimming pool assistant than a teacher's assistant.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about the job is one of the amazing things was learning, because up to that point, you know, to me, it's just like, oh, people with disabilities, oh, they're people, they need, you know, it's like they need our help, this and that, which are all true. But you get so caught up in the charitable aspect of it that you really don't look at them as just other people. And I mean that in the way as you looked at people with disabilities, mental and physical, in this case, both, as since you only saw them as, oh, they need our help, you ignored the aspects that these are people with personalities, senses of humor. Some of the kids were assholes. But like, there's a refreshing thing to that, and that was a huge reminder that like this is just it's just people. It's just kids, and like some of the kids were so funny, and like I kind of learned. It was almost like I didn't, you know, I never cared much for kids before, but I was actually like, some of these kids were just so awesome. I mean, some were dicks, and that's a weird thing to admit. Like, you don't usually say that about like, oh, this kid's, you know, here's a kid, well, the kid, you know, everyone I knew with Down syndrome was really nice, but there was one kid, I'm not sure what his case was, but he, I mean, he's like, a lot of kids had no discipline because parents would just kind of give up on them, you know, because it was a lot of work. So, and there was like kids you just wouldn't be able to like kind of teach the discipline to. And that was the weird thing, is knowing like to come out of a job and just being like, yeah, that kid was kind of an asshole. But being an asshole is just being in a set of circumstances, you know?
Yeah.
I think people are born to have a certain energy or personality type, but I think you kind of either have to you become an asshole by either not being taught to not be, or by being taught to be.
Yeah.
And it was very interesting in this environment to learn that as well. And that like you had to have a certain level of patience. But God, some of those kids were so funny, man.
That's why I love children in need so much.
There's one kid, he would skip everywhere he went. He was half blind. He was really blind. He would literally skip to get around, and everything he said, he'd be super excited. And so when I first met the kids, it was like I was really shy, you know, and I'd be like, oh, hey, yeah, you're going to swim, you know. And then eventually I'd see him come swimming in the pool, and I'd be like, oh, Tyler's coming. Maybe I should change his name, but it's Tyler, whatever, that's what it is. He comes skipping in, and then I'd be like, Tyler! And he'd be like, hey, Mike! And I'm like, what's up, man? He's like, do I get to go swimming? I'd be like, yeah! He'd get all excited and jump in and all giddy. It was awesome. Apparently, after I had quit and moved to California, he told my friend who still worked there the next year, he's like, yeah, Tyler said if you don't come back to the pool, he's going to eat you. I'm like, God, I love this kid. That's awesome.
Yeah, are you aware of Children in Need?
As like an organization, or?
Yeah, it's the thing that we do in the UK, where we have like Red Nose Day and Children in Need and stuff like that, and Sport Relief, and we do these big like televised fundraising events for people in the UK, for children in the UK, and also children around the world, trying to raise as much money as possible. And they raise unbelievable amounts of money. It's ridiculous. It's all from like phoning in and saying I'd like to donate whatever. And one of the coolest things about it is that you get to meet these kids over like a certain period of time. Like there's something called the Rickshaw Challenge that a TV show here called The One Show does, which is kind of like a semi-news kind of thing, where they meet all of these kids from around the UK who have either learning disabilities or physical disabilities or mental disabilities, something along those lines. And then they all have to do this race across the UK where they switch between who's the one controlling the rickshaw, which is like a kind of like bike type thing. And they bike from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK, or whichever way around it is. And you just meet them and you like get to know them over this period of time, and you see how strong they are and how they're just normal kids. It's so cool. I love that kind of stuff that the UK does and other places do. Yeah.
That Tyler kid pranked us once by crawling under. He like in the bathroom and where the locker room was to change, he crawled under the bathroom stalls and then locked all the doors from the inside, then crawled back out.
Oh my God.
So he couldn't go again. And everyone was just like, Tyler, did you lock all the doors? But he was always excited. He's like, yeah. It's like, why did you do that? I don't know. You gotta unlock them. Am I in trouble? Maybe. Oh no. You know, like, why did he do that? Oh, it gets hilarious. I was changing this kid had leg braces on, right? And I'm changing his braces. I'm putting them back on after he got out of the pool. And this one kid came up, and they had kids there until they were in their early 20s, and then by law they couldn't have them in the school anymore. So the idea was you teach kids what you could, and then you try to teach them skills like to get whatever jobs that were in that they could do. And so this was an older kid. He was in his 20s. He walks in as I'm changing this kid's braces, and he just goes in this. He's just funny. He's just like this bigger kid. Down syndrome, and he looks up at me, and I'm just like, how's it going? As I'm changing this one kid's braces, I'm like, it's going all right, just putting these braces on here. And he goes, yeah, you better be careful. I'm like, I'm being careful, man. He's like, yeah, because he goes, he's like, don't hurt his legs. I'm like, I'm not gonna hurt his legs. He's like, if you hurt his legs, I'm gonna have sex with you. I'm like, what? I got all confused, staring at him, like, what the hell did you just say? And he stares at me for a second, and then just starts laughing and goes, I'm just kidding, old man, and punches me in the arm. I'm like, what the hell? And he goes like, hey, guess what, man? I'm like, what? Because I'm like, already, I'm like, this is the funniest dude I've ever met in my life. This guy's awesome. And he's like, guess what? I'm like, what is it? And he goes, I'm getting married next week. I was like, no way. He's just like, yeah, I'm getting married. I'm like, that's so cool. Congratulations. He's like, yeah, you know what that means? I'm like, what does that mean? Honeymoon. And he's just like getting so stoked. He was the funniest dude I ever met. I never, to this day, just like, if you hurt his legs, I'm gonna have sex with you. Like, what?
Did you ever take him up on the offer?
No, I never. The funny thing is, well, obviously, but the thing was, I never I didn't see him again. He was in a class they didn't go to the pool at the time I was like working there. I was like, Jesus Christ, that dude's hilarious. Like, who says that? Nobody except this guy. I tried that joke once and I got arrested.
Foxtrot Oscar has posted a work in progress in the Artist Lounge thread, but I don't know if we can show it on here because it's mildly not safe for work. Do you want to have a look at it and see what you think?
All right.
Like, it should be fine because it's artwork rather than a photograph, but I don't want us to get flagged and then this entire show gets shut down.
I'll have a look. YouTube's can be relatively... No, I think we're all right. We're all right. Yeah, let's do it. And if not, if they flag us and they pull it down, then we just raise a huge stink about it, and then more people watch the show. So I'm all down. So let's take this battle on. This is art. We're supposed to be battling. We're supposed to battle censorship. It's our duty.
No.
It's our duty as artists. Bring it on, I say. That's an awesome piece.
It is. It's really cool. I really like your... Sorry, what was that?
I said Foxtrot always kills it. It's like always looks good.
Yeah, always.
I saw the piece they did and that they in like the award thread on Sunday. And there's that thing where I was just like, "Oh, you asshole! That's so good." Just the brushwork's always just so. It's like so loose and on point at the same time. Like that's that thing.
Got the silhouette perfect, but it looks so free. That's my favorite thing about Foxtrot's work.
Killer.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I like the shadows in the stomach.
Oop. Foxtrot and Demon Man work way faster than I do. I'm trying to loosen up, trying to get a little loosey-goosey.
Fucking just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Were you like adding and taking away? Yeah. That's all part of the process, though. It's looking awesome. Just keep doing it. There's one thing I learned from those kids at that school, Yoni, is you never give up. There's this one little kid. He was like 3 feet tall, and he was like terrified of being in the water. Like he would always like hold on to the railing, and he would like barely dip his toe in. By the end of that year, I got that kid floating around swimming in the pool, and he was looking forward to it each day. He was terrified. He'd make the sound like when you get to the pool, I'd be like, hey man, like start like coming in, and he'd just be like, it's like, no, come on, it's fine. Then he was always like really excited to visit his grandma.
Aww.
Good kid.
Nice to have a good
Yeah,
grandma.
nice kid.
So did you have any other arty topics that you wanted to talk about? I put a few things in the thread that you mentioned. You mentioned criticism.
Oh yeah, someone had a fuck. Someone had a post where they were talking about how. Wait a minute. Oh, I almost had it confused with another post. Okay, so this post was a little while back, and someone had mentioned how they were frustrated actually that they would put the art out there and they would not receive any kind of feedback or criticism. And in their case, they were frustrated because they were submitted art for someone and the person would never even like come by to say thank you. And though, you do the art for whatever, it was a little.
Yeah, and I believe the thing was that they were thanking other people and not theirs.
Yeah, which in a particular case, that's always hard when that happens as an artist.
Yeah.
You're just like, seriously, like, come on,
Fucked up, yo.
But hey, what's wrong?
You gotta thank everybody.
Oh, I thought you said you fucked up about your painting.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked up.
You gotta thank everyone.
You gotta thank people. Come on, make an art. Be nice. What's up,
I'm
people?
sure you saw it. If you didn't see it, then you're too busy for it or whatever. But like,
never too busy. I hate that excuse. I hate the excuse of saying like I'm too busy to do a thing when it's like, no, you're not. Like, in some cases, if I had said, hey, can you help me regrout my bathroom? Like, okay, no, I'm
certainly too busy to do that.
I'm certainly too busy. That's like a 7-hour job, and I don't care about it at all. But if you say it's just like, hey man, you didn't hit me back. You didn't message me back the day you wanted to meet up. Oh, I was real busy. It's like, dude, that takes 3 seconds. I could do it in under 10 seconds. Too busy, my ass. But the thing is, yeah, you can't use too busy as an excuse to thank an artist for something they just probably spent 5 hours doing for you.
Yeah.
I don't know. In regards to that, I think that's what I had for that note for criticism. But I mean, that topic can go so many areas. What's an appropriate way to do criticism? When's the way you ask for it? I know we've covered it a little bit, but I don't know. How did you interpret it when I wrote it down?
Well, I thought you were referencing something different. So if I go on over to the Artist Lounge, there is actually currently a topic on there about criticism.
Oh, really?
Let me see if I can find it.
Sounds like something I should have known.
See, because I thought you said it because of that.
No, this was from the older post of the post about not receiving it, or not, someone not being there, but.
Yeah, there's the post that says, does anyone else struggle with not getting feedback? So that's what you're referencing.
Exactly. That was the one I was thinking about. I was just trying to sum it up.
There was a piece that I saw earlier today, but I can't see it now. I wonder if it was deleted. I'm not sure. Or maybe I'm just blind, which is highly possible. There was someone was talking about how they. Oh my god, it's just gone from my head now because I was looking for it.
Oh no!
Wait,
no pressure.
Yeah, that's it. So they were talking about how they got the criticism that they were damaging the art market in some way because they were doing free sketches, and how did people feel about that?
Oh, that was a really good post. Yeah, I know that one.
So I can't find it now. It seems, I don't know if it's been deleted.
Is that seriously got deleted?
I don't know. I can't see it, but I might just be blind, which is highly possible. Oh wait, no, here it is. Underselling or making art requests for free. What's your take on this?
That was a really interesting post, because in their case, they didn't see themselves as professional. It was just something they were kind of leisurely doing. So they would offer people to draw for free because that's just what they were doing for fun.
So what do you think on this? Because I have a view on this.
I mean,
yours first.
Everyone sets their own business. If it's what you do for fun, you do it for free, like just do it because that's what you do. I understand people's frustrations because their idea being, I'm trying to make a living. You're undermining people that try to make a living doing this. But dude, if they do it for free and fun, that's part of your competition. Like, what can you offer as a professional that they can't? You have to just be better. You have to offer a better product. Like, sorry.
Okay,
it sucks because they could charge money probably if they tried, you know. They just are underestimating themselves.
I think I've got a view that might be contradictory to a lot of the artists here. So I agree with you with that. I agree that you make your own market, and that if you want people to pay for your stuff, then you make it so that they will want to pay for your stuff. Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah.
However, I think it also depends on what, one, the product you're supplying is, and two, your skill level or experience in the market, okay?
Yeah.
So at the moment, I feel quite disheartened at the fact that there are incredibly good artists, like fantastic artists who make gorgeous artwork, and they're both within our community and also outside of our community, but mostly on the internet. That's where it's seen. Who will make a gorgeous piece of artwork and completely undersell it, right?
Yeah. And
that, I think, is highly damaging. And the reason why I think that's damaging is because how can another artist who maybe is a little younger, or maybe doesn't have the experience, or maybe isn't at that skill level, how can they charge a decent price if someone 1,000,000 times better than them, in their view, is charging ridiculously cheaper? So for example, let's take artist A and artist B, right? Artist A is highly experienced, is incredibly good artist, like on a skill level. I'm not talking about subjective, I mean physical skill. So their understanding of proportions, of their fundamentals, and of their ability to execute it in a way that is both aesthetically pleasing and skillful. So that's what I'm talking about. That artist decides, I'm going to do an incredibly good piece of artwork, and I'm going to charge $30 for it. Now, a younger artist then realizes that to be able to create an artwork that maybe is anywhere near the skill level that that person's producing, it's going to take them hours and hours and hours and hours. And they know that they have to charge less than the other person, at least equal or less too, because they know that they can't create the same thing. They can't, not necessary thing, but they can't create to the same physical skill level and expertise that that original person can. So they're like, well, then I've got to charge it at $25, but they're spending 1,000,000 times longer on it. So they're like 3 times below minimum wage or something in what they're costing, just because there's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 people who are fantastic artists who are completely underselling themselves, like ridiculously underselling themselves. And I think this is a very common thing on the internet. Like there's a lot of
huge on Reddit.
Yeah, and they seriously undersell themselves. And it's like, well, if it's fine for them, then why does it matter? And the issue is that they're not thinking about what it's worth. They're thinking about how quick it is that they make it, I think. Like, obviously, this is me putting thoughts into other people's minds, so this could be wrong. But
no, you are on a really accurate, interesting point there.
Right. So the idea is that if I say I can make a piece, like I don't think I'm a fantastic artist, but I am in a certain skill level. So if I said, right, I can make a certain piece within a certain time frame, and maybe it's very quick, right? Maybe I could make a portrait, and I say I can make this portrait in 2 hours. Well, because of that, I'm going to charge minimum wage for 2 hours, which is £14. So
way under what you should be charging,
which is ridiculously cheap, because I'm not charging for my skill level, my expertise, my years of training. And then a person in the public's going to say, well, why is anyone going to pay that? Well, no one's going to pay it if no one charges the correct amount. Like, it's never going to level out. Like, certain artists will always do very well, like an artist with a particular name to themselves or with a particular fan following. But how can anyone get to that stage if everyone is undercharging? Because you can't get yourself the following that's willing to pay that, because you don't have that kind of gradual build up, because you have to cut yourself so much. And then it's like, how can I afford to be an artist? I can't, because I have to charge it at like 3 times below the minimum wage to even exist, for anyone to even look at me, even though it is actually worth a lot more than that. And if the market were a little more leveled out, people would pay that. Like, there are people who will pay that, but they'll go, but that guy's selling it for half cheaper, so I'm going to buy that. Like, they would actually be willing to pay the more amount of money. I know they would, because I've seen people say, oh yeah, I've got like a £500 budget for this, I'm so ready for this. And then they see someone else who's doing the same piece of artwork for like 50 quid, and they're like, well, obviously I'm going to go for that person because I'm a smart business person, or I'm a smart consumer, so obviously I'm going to do that. And it's like, you've just... And the thing is, I think a lot of people get offended by it, because they're like, well, I'm not personally damaging the market. No, you as an individual is not personally damaging the market. However, you are adding to an issue that is in the industry, and that does need to be looked at and see in what way it can be improved. Now, I think in this particular case, it doesn't quite apply in the way that I'm describing it, because what they can do is they're doing very quick little sketches, and they've explained that the particular people that they're doing it for aren't people who would be paying for it anyway. So I don't want that person to think that I'm like ratting on them or anything. I'm absolutely not. This is just something that I think is an issue in the industry, and I think the way to get around it is to do tiers. Like, I have tiers throughout my artwork. So it's like, if you're willing to spend this amount, you get this. If you're willing to spend this amount, you get this. And that kind of explains where the like junctions are and why certain things are more expensive. Like, it's essentially saying, I can do a sketch really quickly for this amount of money, or maybe I'll do it free. Maybe I'll do a Reddit Gets Drawn and stuff like that. But if you want a specific commission with the effort and the skill and the knowledge that I have, then that's what this price is. And I think a lot of the time at a convention, everyone's like, oh my God, that's really cheap. That's really cool. Like, the price that you've just charged me is really cheap. It's like, oh, okay. The moment you go on the internet, that's really expensive. Why would I ever pay that? Or even they don't even respond. It's like, you'll get people contacting you and saying, I want a commission. And then you say, yep, here are my prices. You never hear from them ever again. And I do think it's because there's an expectation that art is maybe art has been cheapened by the internet. Like, we have wonderfulness caused by the internet in the fact that we have so many amazing artists at our fingertips. But there is this issue with that. If you have so many like, imagine if you had like 500 Leonardo da Vinci's that all do artwork for you, and they all charge £3 per Mona Lisa. It's like, that's not acceptable.
That's the case.
So that's how I feel about it.
It's true. And the thing is everyone charges too little. Literally everyone I've seen what they charge on Reddit, and they all go on that one site. I can't remember what it was called. Sketch Mob, and everyone's underpriced. Everyone. Because it's like, how much does like a plumber or a car mechanic charge per hour? If you charge that per your art, it would be at least triple what everyone's charging. Everyone charges under. I tried to convince you to charge more money. But I know the reality is there's always someone there who's like 17 who's just looking to get a pizza, you know? And the thing is, though, is it's like,
But
it's happening to the art market. It happened to every other market. It happened to books, and it happened to music, and movies, and now it's happening to art. And a lot of even people in the higher up don't realize. They think it happened when auction records were published and online, but that's not it. It's happening at this level too. And I think it's just going to take us, like, we have to be more creative. And I don't know, maybe it's harder to make a living, but, I'll still also stand behind the argument that, 80% of the people that might be out there charging a certain amount and undercharging literally would have zero artistic presence or options 15 years ago. Like 15 years ago, they wouldn't be making $30 underpaid for drawing. They'd be making $0 because nobody would know who they are,
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think there is a big disparity between what reaction you get in real life and what reaction you get online. Like in the real world, if you're standing there offering commissions, people will tell you they're overpriced. Like I've been tipped about double or triple the amount that I've charged someone because they're like, the piece that you made for me was worth more than the money that I paid for, so I'm going to give you this money. That you don't get that reaction online, like at all, because there's like 5 billion other artists that are sitting there with like half the price.
People are that cool to do that.
Yeah, that is cool. You got that reaction at all in general.
Yeah, that's a nice thing that somebody recognizes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
that's rare. Just not just in the. That's not rare for anything. For the real world, that's just rare in general.
Yeah,
that people recognize that, because in real life, people also don't know. It's not just online. People often ask you. Ask us in the studio, how much is that piece? And then you tell them how much it is, and they're like, cool.
If I had money, I would totally buy that. It's like, I see your shoes, motherfucker. You have money. Like,
I wonder, so you're saying, I wonder if it's because the artwork where I've been tipped is the artwork I'm creating in front of them. So I'm essentially putting on a show, I guess. Maybe the fact that someone can just say, I want a piece of artwork, and then someone just makes it and they don't see it and then they produce it. Maybe that's part of the cheapening effect. What do you think of that? Like the fact that you can just go online and say, I'd like an art piece in insert style here. Maybe that's one of the factors that has affected it.
It could be. I mean, I think it's just a saturation between before people who didn't really depend on trying to make a living on art, had no venue to be out there and voice themselves, or they didn't care enough to find the venue. You know what I mean? They just made the art. But now that the venue is so easily accessible, they're there too. And it will never go away. I mean, you could try to convince a person, hey, listen, like, charge for some work, because other people need to. They never will. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. I think what we have to do is now it's a matter of, we have to restructure. We have to think of, okay, this is where the business is now. What do we need to do that's different? Like, we have to change. Our approach has to change. And I have no fucking idea what it is, like what the new method is. I'm kind of relieved it came to that point. I don't like it. I don't like it when it's on like the small business local level, because it's not like everyone's going in with very limited resources. So it's just like that much more of a hurdle to try to overcome, But I think it's there, and I think it's possible. It's just finding that audience. And I suck at that. Like, I still haven't done it, I mean, you've heard my rants earlier. We share similar things. And I know Yoni's in it. I know Tim's in it. I know everybody's just trying to find their place in it. Maybe he's not. I'm speaking for other people. Are you in it, Yoni? Are you in it?
In what?
Just like you're trying to find that audience. You're trying to find the audience that will pay your bills, so you can make more art instead of spending your time doing whatever else.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the struggle.
Everyone's trying to do that though, aren't they?
That's life.
I want to see what people are saying in the chat.
I know, I'm curious too.
This is one of them topics.
Sounds like Funisher is advocating unionizing RGD. We need a union. No, that would imply that we'd be like, against opposing the mods, which, this union, I think with the mods would be involved in as well. they've tried so many things to like help the artists of RGD. It's really a hard terrain, and they've put in more work than anyone.
Oh yeah. Speaking off of the unionization thing, that's kind of being said as a joke, but I recently, well, I say recently, it was a little while back now. I saw that there's a UK organisation that's trying to create an artists union that would be for all creatives, so musicians, dancers, that kind of thing. That's basically saying it's not fair that we're treated like a group that doesn't deserve pay, essentially, and that we have
happens
to.
All the time.
Yeah. So
how many people have had a friend asked to design a tattoo for them for free? I've had it, and I'm not even a tattoo artist. I'm sure Subliminal Cucumber, even as a tattoo artist, has that happen all the time.
Oh yeah, you see it all the time.
We have a friend. We work as art handlers as our day job, and we have a friend who, he quit our job, then he went to the Art Institute of Chicago, and then he graduated, and now he's an art handler in Chicago, and he's one of the front men of trying to unionize all the different art handling companies out there right now. Yeah, that's what Ryan's doing right now.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's like the big union guy.
Oh yeah.
Which is awesome, because as art handlers, you get extremely exploited from in that field.
Really? Like, I know nothing about it, really, other than anything you've told me.
Well, because you got to think about it. What you're doing is you're in a situation where you work for a company that will have like anywhere from like 8 to 40 employees. You'll go on these crazy last minute notices to go do this thing, to go hang art, to do this, to do whatever random job a client wants to make them happy, whatever is promised to them. And then, someone's going to walk away. You'll have a consultant and the owner, whoever owns the piece, walk away with anywhere from $8,000 to $1 million for a day's work, and you just spent all these hours of the day helping, and you'll walk away with $130,
Yeah.
I mean, it's the thing is like you pay what you agree to, but you can't help but think like, hey, wait a minute, like,
yeah.
How come everyone else is getting downsized in this like very small business situation, and meanwhile someone else is like making bank? It's like whatever rationale you use, sure, but the fact of the matter is I mean, a lot of it, what it was is kind of this weird, ridiculous expectation when you're an art handler that you should just do whatever people ask for you, no matter how unreasonable it is, to help the sale, but you have nothing to gain with the sale. Like, it doesn't matter if it's sold or not, as the art handler, if it's sold, who fucking cares? Like, yeah, it's great. I'm happy for you. But that doesn't, a lot of it would just be, it became this thing where in galleries, they just kind of assume that you should just do whatever it takes, but you're under normal wage laws. So yeah, you should have breaks. You shouldn't be, it's not right for you just to be working to work like a 16-hour day with no notice.
No,
on ridiculous things. Like, it gets ridiculous. Absolutely. I mean, and so when they want to unionize that, they want to kind of make some standards. Like, listen, like, here's the things, here's your options, like, work within these parameters.
That's good.
Yeah, it is cool. I was really excited to hear that, to be honest. And I was also being like American to hear like the friend that moves out, Midwest, and then of course like unionizes. That's such like a Midwest story. It's so awesome. People from everyone in America, like, we get bad raps, but everyone's like really nice and awesome in their own way. Like, Midwest is like industrial union, Southern comfort, West Coast just being high as fuck, but everyone's really nice. East Coast, they're all kind of dicks, but they're just friends, like ripping on you. They just make fun of you because it's like that East Coast alpha style. They're all good people.
Yeah, you can find good people.
You can find good people everywhere. I know we get a bad rap out here, but we're kind of funny. I don't know how it is in London. Is it? I mean, I assume it's like that in England as well.
Yeah.
you know,
I mean,
you guys,
I haven't
got your
very
rep.
much, but yeah.
I know exactly what Essex is like. You know, I've seen it on TV. That has to be exactly what everyone's like there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, of course. I'm a perfect example of it, really.
You are exactly like how all the TV shows represented you to be.
Yeah, clearly. Subliminal Cucumber says, we recently had to change our policy that a non-refundable deposit has to be put down before pencil ever touches paper for a design.
Oh, interesting. So it's like before you even start laying out the idea.
That makes sense, because otherwise
Exactly.
you could just get a reference from a tattooist and then go to another tattooist. It's cheaper.
That's
Do you do any kind of like contract stuff?
I mean, I've just done some commission stuff. I was doing some stuff for a while where I was drawing.
No, I mean like do you like write contracts to protect yourself, that kind of thing?
No, I was never at that level. I'd only had to do like nothing thorough. Well, no, I'm sorry, that's not true. Personally, no. For FM, for my gallery business, yes. And it wasn't so much as to protect us, it was just to lay out all the parameters between FM and the artists that were showing there, like just so we both knew everything. So I've had to help, like, kind of make contracts there, and that all started by like take a contract from another gallery and then just make it fit around. Because who knows, I'd do that from scratch. Fuck that noise. But the thing is, so in that case, what it would be is we've had to work on contracts to be like, to lay out with artists, like, okay, we represent you from this time to this time. In the case of our gallery, we're not representational to the artist's kind of a brand and whatnot. So what we represent the artwork that is literally in our gallery. So you could do a show at our space, but whatever you sell on your own, whatever, that's fine. Like whatever you want, that doesn't matter. Whatever you do, you're only contractually under us for your show. And then, God, I'd have to even look at it again because it hasn't even come up, but I believe it's 2 months, might be 3 months after the show. Any referrals that come directly from our gallery, we take our percentage. So after the show, if you sold one of the pieces of art like 2 months later on your own, and it was just a different person that came in, that's nothing to us. But if it was a person that came into our gallery and we contacted and they went to you, then we have a percentage. So that, things like that lays out all those details. So it's kind of like, in other words, we can't just be like, hey, everything you sell, we get money now too. And at the same time, the artist can't just be like, hey, wait till the first of next month and then buy the piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so both are kind of have a mutual kind of protection. And then also laying out, to be perfectly blunt, we can't afford insurance for the art in our building. So we're like, if something happens, it has to just be on a case by case. Like, being the little gallery we are, we literally cannot pay an insurance policy that covers all the art in the building. One, because it's too expensive, and two, because it's constantly changing value. And how do you prove the value? It's just way too complicated. Yeah. We can't do it. But it lays all those things out on paper. So I'm familiar with contracts like that. As far as my own personal work and sales, everything's been pretty small. So it's been kind of like, use your correspondence with the person and tell them that that's the contract, like what we've agreed upon. Let me lay out our details. Do we agree upon this? Just at that level. How about yourself?
I write up like a little. Oh,
you say, I'm sorry. Yoni almost painted all over my paper on accident and ruined everything.
Okay.
No, I went to like move. Yeah, I almost got you.
He almost got me. I'm sorry. What were you saying there?
I have like a little contract. It's not like a big legal document thing, but it is a contract. That I write up, and it has a series of agreements. There's I split it into sections, so it's like, you will pay this amount by this date. If you want to cancel, then these are the rules with that.
Exactly.
And then also I have a specific section on tattoo references because I get asked to do them a lot. And it's basically to say, essentially, that I am not a tattooist and that your tattooist will change your design. So don't go into your tattooist and say, I want exactly this, because that will be really annoying for them.
Yeah.
And it's
they're artists too, you know, and they're professionals in that field. Let them have a say.
Yeah.
You know?
I basically say they'll know that your body a billion times better than I ever could. And I'm just trying to, if you want me as an artist, like me particularly, to try and turn something into something that you want, then I'm happy to do that. Like I've even tried to turn people away, and I'll be like, look, I don't want to do this commission because I think it should be done by a different professional. And they'll be like, yeah, but I want your piece of artwork. Like, because either they know me as a person or because they know my artwork through my books or something like that. So I have those clauses in there basically just to say you need to be aware of the role that your tattooist plays and the fact that they're important and that they're going to change things, and you need to listen to that because they'll know stuff that I won't, basically.
That's highly respectful for you to do. I'm sure that's such a frustrating thing because everyone goes in getting a tattoo with like this idea, like, I need exactly this thing in my brain. Yeah. That'd be really hard. They're not a professional and you are, and you're just like, and you have to like attach not only like your name, but like your tattoo like shop and brand to it. And it's like, I don't know, how does that work? If you're a tattoo artist and someone has a fucking horrible idea, do you just like, I mean, I would imagine as a tattoo artist, lots of times you'd have to just like I'm not putting my name to that, you know?
Yeah, you got to refuse it unless you're just a shitty up and coming.
Unless you're up and coming, then you got to just make them sacrifices, I guess. But I mean, because in your case, what would also, I mean, it would be that tricky thing because you draw one way, that doesn't mean it's possible to translate it to skin, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever said no to a commission?
Yeah, I mean, I've said no to commissions that like I knew the price point they were looking for, I could never do it in the amount of time. I've had a couple commissions where I just knew that like I'm not the person for this job. Like more commissions that are more kind of like if someone, you mentioned people come up to you and they'd be like, draw me and my 8 friends as these Pokemon characters.
Yeah.
And it'd be like, I wouldn't be able to do it in an amount of time that would be worth the value because I have no experience drawing that. So the time it would take me to learn to do it and then make it look decent makes it not valuable. So then I would just say, hey, ask this person, because they can do that for you better than me. Like I won't do it for you in your price range. So yeah, I mean, I've turned them down, you know, not too many, just a few. How about you? You turn people down?
Yeah.
Or like what situation would you find yourself turning people down?
If someone asks for something that's completely different to my style, like if someone asks for something super geometric, then I'm like, no, not in a million years.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm curvy. That's what I do. I do curvy things. It's like if you want loads of straight lines.
If you want geometric and shapes, you know, go send them over to Yoni here.
Yeah, exactly. You've got great stuff.
He works in abstract and shapes. He'll do it. Isn't that right? Will you do it? Do you turn people down?
I don't really get much requests for commissions.
I know, I don't either.
I'm usually pretty like game for it. I'm like, yeah, we can talk to that. You know, I never hear back from them. So
never hear back.
I'm willing to work with your price budget, whatever. Yeah, so
price budget.
People sound interested,
I'll mail
but
you
yeah,
some cookies. Have some cookies. They're delicious.
Never
Where'd you go?
goes through, but I'm down. Yeah, but I don't turn them down unless it's like, hey, can you draw my car? I tried to draw cars before a long time, or I try to do babies sometimes. Cars or babies, they're really hard. So I guess
dogs for me are hard too.
I'd be more excited if it was something that I was good at. But yeah, no, I try to take commissions. I'm down.
Like Subliminal Cucumber said, fuck it ain't right regarding the tattoo stuff. We tell them it's a fucking horrible idea. I had a feeling. I don't know. I don't get commissions very often. I don't know. People don't.
You've had a ton of commissions, man.
For a while,
you're like, oh, I'm working on a commission, working on.
Well, those are just like a couple like that I locked down that were larger ones, which was nice. Man, that one commission of doing that landscape was like the best month ever. When the guy was like, "Can you do this commission of this?" Yeah, he's like, "Hey, you can do this mountain." I was like, "Yes, let's do the mountain." And I'm like, he's like, "Let me show you photos," and I'm like, "Oh, great, this is gonna be like super detailed, ridiculous, whatever." And then like I saw the photos, and I'm like, "Oh my god, these are exactly photos I would have taken if I was there."
Good.
And I'm just like, "How do you want this to be?" He's like, "Dude, whatever you want." I'm like, "I don't know. Like, what's your price range?" He's like, "Whatever it takes." I'm like, "I love you." There, I said it. And then it ended up being like one of my favorite paintings ever. And then he really liked it. Oh God, why can't every commission be like that?
That sounds like heaven.
It was heaven. It was literally like someone just saying, "Hey, you do what you do. How about you do the same thing? And then I'll just have money and I'll buy it off you. And I fucking love it. And you're awesome." I'm just like, "Oh my God, who are you?
That's what it should be.
Where did you come from?" It was a dream moment.
Yeah, that painting was awesome.
I was really happy with that painting. That was the artwork of mine. That was the time I ended up, the only time I ended up on the front page of Reddit. My New Zealand painting. Met that guy through Dogecoin. You never know where you never know you'll find that person who like hits that page.
I thought you were gonna get rich with that Dogecoin.
I never thought that. I thought, hey, here's a weird thing that's happening. Actually, I was excited about it because I saw it potentially as a way for RGD artists to get tipped for art in like a fun and silly way that could actually mean something. But lo and behold, it's just one of those things that was I think a little too complicated for mainstream to grab a hold of right now. But crypto tipping was actually a really interesting way that could be a way for RGD artists to get tips. I like the idea of, instead of someone trying to pay, hey, is anyone willing to pay, $2,500 for you to make this? No. Well, are 2,500 people willing to pay me $1?
Yeah.
And it was made for that. It's perfect. I think it's still an interesting idea for it, but it's just a little. There's all sorts of politics and funny things about it, but the basis of that idea is actually very intriguing.
The idea is really good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who knows? Maybe not with that, but
pictures.
Is there more stuff?
Hmm?
Oh, I thought there was more art.
No, I was asking you how you're doing on it. How you guys are doing.
It's all right. Mine's going a little slower than expected, but I'm spending more time with the brush pen.
I don't know if I'm really making progress. I'm just making stuff.
So I'll hold up to the camera here and get like a nice flat view. So kind of got this going on right now. Brush art here. Sometimes I hold it up flat because we're at angles and in bad lighting. Let's see if I can get some more better light on that a little bit. There we go. How's yours feeling?
I think I'm done.
What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Am I that far behind? How long has it been?
It's currently 4:50 in the morning.
Damn.
No, that's not the time. It's only 8:50 p.m. It's early. I gotta see. I'm looking at the delay right now on my little laptop, so I can't see.
I really like. This is going to sound really weird. On your piece, I really like her right wing. It's really cool. Like the black. Oh, now I can see yours. Oh, that's cool. I like how the glaze has kind of like made it all work together. I don't know how to use words today. It's almost 5 a.m. Don't worry. But
oh my God, yours is like really far. Holy shit! How did you? Jesus Christ! I feel like I haven't gotten anywhere.
Wow.
Damn it!
I kind of cheated. Like I did like a quick sketch to figure out what I wanted, and then I went into detail on the head, and then the rest of it I used a really thick brush and just kept like placing paint onto the page until I got something that I liked. Like because I was kind of inspired by the fact that the wings, the feathers are really thick and chunky, so I tried to kind of recreate that in the paint strokes. But that meant that obviously I didn't have to sit there and be all meticulous and careful like I normally am.
Even then though, oh my God, I don't see that. That's just like
I really like the softness in the wings. Like beautiful. beautiful.
I gotta work faster. All right. Gotta get a move on it. Here we go.
Yeah,
Enough messing around.
I'm gonna fix this thing.
I'm just gonna run off for 1 second. We're back in a second.
Okay. Yoni, we gotta step up our game.
I'm having a hard time right now. I suck at like changing the reference.
Well, the funny thing is like, yeah, it's like not. I don't know if I can finish this one as fast. I haven't done like a full figure thing for this, and I don't know if I have yet. Have I? See where everyone else is.
Should I make it darker? Or should I make it lighter? Should I make it darker? Or should I make it lighter? Let's make it muddier. How about let's make it muddier?
And Slam 9 mentioned, I think I got some Doge coins for a tip one time. Really fun idea, but I haven't used them at all. I mean, so be the case. What do you use them for? You know, I know Bitcoin had its thing for a while. I'm sitting on a whole bunch of them because I actually use that as a deposit. I didn't take the whole payment for the art in Doge. I just used it as a springboard to talk to a community of people that could be, you know, potentially new art collectors. And it worked. You know, it was very well worth it. I'm sitting on a whole pile of them in a Dogecoin wallet. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with that, but you know, as far as my time and investment with it, it was worth it then. So you never know. You just never know where you'll find it. Looks like we got some things posted in the artist lounge. I'm gonna pull those up and see what we got here. There is stuff everywhere. This desk is a mess. This is good. That is a good thing. Oh God, everyone's stuff's going really well. Okay, here we go. What we have right now here is a meaty elbow, beautiful watercolor. God damn, it's looking really good.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, I'm looking at a meaty elbow right now on a screen share. It's fantastic. Okay. So beautiful.
Oh, look at that. It looks like a
amazing
stained glass window.
That is true. That's really good.
Oh shit, I haven't saved my picture.
Yeah, you better save that. How dare you?
It's just currently sitting there as new canvas.
Oh God, that's horrifying. That's like give people a panic attack. And then let's see here. We have Demon Man started going into the background. I'm gonna pull that up here. Is this supposed to be Demon Man, and I just been calling you Demon Man this whole time? Demon Man? Is it Demon Man?
Oh, it could be
Right?
Demon Man.
Wouldn't it be Demon Man? I think Tim brought that up. He's like, Mike, why are you calling him Demon Man? And I was just like, isn't that it? And then it just turned out I'm not that smart.
Oh,
Anyways, he's bringing it in.
Visualized in chat.
I always like the warm tones he picks. Warm,
Demon Man,
soft palettes. Dry enough to scan. Oh God, I gotta work faster.
Are there any digital artists in chat? I want to show you guys something cool. Let me show you this. Okay.
I know Nanki works a lot in digital, and Foxtrot Oscar did digital, or
Yeah, Foxtrot does.
Right.
Okay, I'll show you this.
I posted it. Not very happy that it was on paper. I think I probably Funisher it. Oh no, it's a phrase. Oh no.
It's a thing now.
Oh yeah. I guess it's when you tear up a piece and punch a hole through a wall. Too much cocking about with color layers. I still want to see it. Did you post it in the artist lounge or in the RGD thread?
Probably the RGD, I'd assume.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. Oh, it's short for his name.
Oh. Okay. Do you want to show your thing first or look at Fox?
Yeah, I'll show you the little thing. Okay, so if you're in Manga Studio and you're sitting here and you've got your cool little picture and you're getting attacked by a fly because whatever, so you can do file save as and then save it as a Photoshop document. I'm going to save this as number 2 to show you. You save it as a Photoshop document and spinning wheel of doom whilst it sorts that out. Then if you go over to Photoshop and open called there we go, Photoshop document. Then you can open it up if it loads. There we go. And look, all the layers are still here. Ah, look how cool that is. Guys, just freak out with me for a little bit. Like, look how cool that is. It's literally the coolest thing. So then you can come in with Photoshop and then use all the amazing Photoshop tools and like move it around and use the stuff that you can't use in Manga Studio, like the fact that you can warp stuff and that you can take it, like maybe if I wanted to like warp the movement of the wing, like I could bring this bottom part of the wing up to over here and like move this over here, and I could do that all in Photoshop, change all of the effects on it and stuff, and even use, if you have brushes that you can't get in any other program but you can get in Photoshop, because obviously most people make the brushes for Photoshop, you can then use them in here and then bring it back over to Manga Studio. So there you go. If you were interested in getting Manga Studio but you feel like you'd lose out on a lot of stuff that Photoshop has, they actually work seamlessly together. It is amazing. And you can open a Photoshop file in Manga Studio. So if you did save this file, you can go straight back into here and open it up in here, and it will have all the same layers again and all of the brushes that you use. So yeah, it's pretty darn freaking epic. So yeah, I just wanted to share that because I discovered it today and I freaked out.
Well, that's always the best. New exciting little tricks and techniques.
Yeah, it's really cool. I also almost opened Civ, so let's not do that.
Next thing, yeah, you're going to spend 800 hours on that. You're going to be like, Gandhi is supposed to be peaceful.
Namki says that Paint Tool Sai has the same function. I did not know that. That's very cool.
That's good to know. I have Manga Studio.
Do you? What do you make in Manga Studio? Have you made a manga?
I've made literally nothing yet. I've just bought it on when it was on a ridiculous cheap price on sale because I was like, I have an idea for a comic, and then I never did it.
You should make a manga. Make a Dragon Boy manga based off of last week.
I don't know how to draw manga. I had ideas for a comic, but I didn't. It didn't happen. It's there. It's in the back of my head. Maybe one day. I don't know. And then I thought maybe this idea for the comic should actually be done through a series of essays that very subtly tell a story through the subtext. But then I'm playing around with that idea too, because it's kind of already in some of the essays I've written, but I haven't gone further with it yet. I have things I need to post. I tried writing the other day and it did not go well.
What happened?
I wanted to post more essays to the Artist Lounge. And so I started one, and it's just the problem, I just haven't been reading enough lately. Because as I said earlier, at the very beginning, I haven't just no reading this last week. And so the words just weren't coming, and I could not put my thoughts to words, and it just fell apart. I was pretty sad. Here we go. God damn you, Foxtrot Oscar. God damn you. This is so awesome. How dare you?
Oh, I didn't get to see it. I need to see it. Wait, bear with me.
Yeah, it's there. I'm sharing it right now. So if you look in that one screen, you'll see it. Or if you check it on our connection there, it's really good.
Oh, I've just seen Demon Man's Desert. That's really cool.
Oh, God. Did it just show that? This thing's really loud.
No. It's because I had to run off for a minute. So I missed a bunch of stuff. So I'm just catching up.
Demon Man thinks they should make a Bone Magic cartoon, I guess.
Yes. That's exactly what you should be doing. Right now. Why are you on this podcast? Why aren't you doing that?
Delvo says, I'll listen to all 8 hours of this podcast tomorrow at work. Oh, God. Good night, Demon Man. And Foxtrot Oscar, Jesus Christ. That's really cool.
Whoa.
Yeah, right?
That's awesome.
Oh, my God, it just showed up. That's ridiculous.
Demon Man's killing it. Foxtrot's killing it. Meaty Elbow's killing it. Everybody's killing it.
Oh,
It's
the
got fire
bloody
breathing.
tail.
Go back there. I want to see more.
I know. Well, I have to show a bunch of things.
Oh, it's 5 a.m. I'm just
I
making
know, it's
noises
so awesome.
now.
Yeah, you're at that point. It's that point of the evening. There's more I need to show too. There's more posts. I have to go to them.
Yeah, I'm just going to the RGD.
Meaty Elbow has his finished piece in here. Oh, he has the scanned version.
Oh my god, have you gone through the stuff on Renegade's Drawn?
No, I haven't gotten to it yet. Oh god.
It's literally ridiculous.
Meaty Elbows is nice too. I gotta bring my A game.
I'm struggling.
Oh my god, Foxtrot, that teal, bloody hell, that's so good. That's literally my favorite color.
Have you looked at it? I know teal is the best. Isn't it awesome?
It really is.
People, there should be books just about teal. It is such a great color.
I would buy that.
I would so buy a book. I have books on color, and they all talk about things, but I would buy a book just about teal because it is such a great color. It's so relaxing.
Oh, I just saw Slam's picture. I didn't know they did a picture. Oh, it's so good.
Wait, where's Slam's picture?
In the Reddit Gets Drawn thread.
Meaty Elbow, I don't know how you do it.
The folds in the scarf, in like the headdress scarf, are so good. I feel like I always pick out like the oddest things that people don't normally notice. I'm just like, meh.
Yeah, I gotta find that. I don't have the thread in front of me. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah.
Epicness. We have absolute epicness.
Yeah. Slam 9. Nice. All right. Enough messing around. I gotta finish this thing up. I gotta make this. I gotta make it happen.
I'm wondering if I'm going to go to bed before sunrise tonight.
Well, you did last week. I don't know. I mean, wrap it up when you like, you know. I can always switch the camera, but I know I'm going to be drawn for a while longer because you know I gotta live up to the A game that everyone else is bringing. I gotta bring it too.
Maybe we'll go until past. What do you think?
What time is it now? Is that another half hour?
Yeah,
sure.
Just about 25 minutes.
Okay. That works. We'll go half past, and then I'll keep you up with this another 3 to 5 hours.
Cool. All right then, chat. So we're going to be up for another 25 minutes. So if you have any questions or anything, feel free to shoot them away.
Hey, it's cool if I grab some water.
No, you can't have water. It's a drought. California has a drought. You can't have water.
Demonman says the history of blue paint is fascinating. Google it sometimes.
There's a book called Color. It's by I have it. Here, let me go find it. 1 second. I have it. Hold on.
You're always running off with books.
You gotta find that book.
Oh my god. I'm just looking at all these pictures everyone's done. I'm just like, oh, they look amazing. My man's telling me to just stay up. No. I have work to do. I can hear stuff falling over. Yoni, what's that above your painting?
I don't know. This is something Mike let me lean the art on. It's a linoleum cut. I've never seen it before.
Okay.
Must be one of Mike's. You should ask him about it.
So Nanki says, Sarah, have you seen Ghibli's Princess Kaguya? I don't think so. Let me just check on Google Images to see if I have seen it, because I've seen a lot of them in Japanese.
I guess I sold that book.
No, I haven't seen it,
sold
but I immediately need to see it.
What happened?
Nanki asked if I'd seen a Studio Ghibli film, Princess Kaguya, but I haven't seen it, which, like, I've got all the Studio Ghiblis as far as I know, so I'm surprised there's one I haven't seen.
Oh, Nanki knows her stuff. Yeah, you guys should be definitely coordinating and conversing on that.
Oh my god, we should have Studio Ghibli nights. Yes.
Movie nights? Studio Ghibli movie nights?
Yeah. Subliminal Cucumber says that they've got theirs up. Color is a mess, but what odds? Is that in the Reddit Gets Drawn? Let's have a look. I'll check the Ice Lounge podcast first. Ah, there it is. It's in the Ice Lounge podcast. That's really cool.
Should I go share the screen?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I just want to check it in case you've done that already. Let's see.
No, I view it on a different screen, so I can't do that. I really like the leaves.
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh, that tone. That makes me want to just bust out some like toned paper. Oh, that'd be so nice. Oh, that nice line work. Ah, Jesus. Let's do this. I love it. I love that feeling. You see it and you're just like, oh my God, I gotta get working.
Demonman says, what is the proper way to furnish a digital painting?
What's the proper way to furnish a digital painting?
Yeah, so I guess the equivalent of ripping up. Okay, let's do this.
Oh, did you just punch the monitor?
So let's merge layers. And then let's get the eraser on. But let's do it on a really ridiculous brush. What brush should we use? Let's use the skin brush. Where's that?
I used to like back in school when I messed up a painting and I had to have the painting there, I would write fuck on it a lot.
That
like
would
I'd
be
paint on it, and then if I messed up, you would I remember I had to turn one in. So I had my portfolio of drawings and there's one. It was just like this very academic figure drawing, and then just like a bunch of times in the background was angrily scrawled just fuck.
Oh my God.
And it was weird. I probably still have that drawing somewhere. I think I go find it. I'm gonna find. Hold on a second. I really want to find it. I want to see if I still have it. I'll be right back.
There you go. I furnished my picture. That looks horrendous. That's like damaging my eyes. Nice job, thanks. Let's see if there's anything we've missed.
That'll have to be for another time. That's buried very deep in the closet.
Mike, do you like what I've done to my picture?
Oh wait, hold on a second. I gotta do some. I gotta move some screen stuff around. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Oh. Oh no. I have a reputation. That's all right. No, it's all right. No, I'll take the reputation. I've earned it.
I fixed it all with Control Z.
As a proponent of of art smashing. I actually ruined a canvas in the studio this weekend, but it wasn't through a fit of rage. It was by mistake.
Oh God.
I had oh God, this is so horrible. I have these two 6x4 foot canvases that are so beautifully crafted, not by me, by someone else. And so I'm getting ready to do big paintings on them, but I was gessoing one of them and the canvas was too loose. So the canvas kept hitting the cross braces behind it as I was trying to, so as I was gessoing it. So I knew this is going to be a problem when I'm painting. I can't have my brush marks hitting all the cross braces. And then you see this rectangular grid in the painting. So I was like, all right, I have to restretch this whole thing. This is going to be a bummer. So I start restretching it, and there's like these, when you're stretching canvas, there's like these clamps, they're like pliers, and they have this big flat edge that can grab the canvas and pull it, and then you can staple it onto the back of the stretcher bars. And I'm pulling it as hard as I can, and I'm working around the canvas and getting it all right. And then I'm pulling it, and then they slip, and then it just punctures a hole right in the canvas.
Oh God!
Like just right in the 6 foot canvas. So that's like a $50 worth of canvas. Just bam, just punches a hole right in it. And I was just like sat there. I was like, oh fuck, freaking out. And so I can trim it down to make a smaller painting. But now if I want to paint on that, I have to buy that 6x4 feet worth of canvas to be able, or a little more, to be able to paint on that scale again. It was just like so devastating because it's that thing where it's just like, well, that just costs money I don't have. Let's just put that aside, like that's not going to happen. That just won't happen now, Oh.
Yeah.
And then that was like
last night.
Oh. You what?
I accidentally broke a TV last night, so I know the feeling.
How did you break the TV?
I was unplugging a few different things and accidentally unplugged the TV whilst it was still on.
Why would that break it?
I don't know. It like blew something inside of it, and then after a while of it not turning on, we finally got it to turn on, and now there's this like gross blue hue around the edge of the monitor, and it just like bleeds into the monitor. So I guess I just broke a 40-inch TV.
That's so weird. I never heard of that. I don't think it's you. I don't think it's you. I think there was something else. I think that was a faulty TV.
Yeah.
They shouldn't break when I'm plugging them. What if the power went out? Would it have been broken still?
Well, that's what you have like surge breakers for and stuff like that. So it doesn't do that. So you don't break stuff like that.
Yeah, even then, I don't know. I don't trust it. I think you got screwed. I think they tried to make it seem like it was your fault. You got the short end of the stick. That's not how TVs break. I spent a lot of time just doing brush pen on this drawing. It's mostly brush pen.
It's being appreciated. Subliminal Cucumber says, Funisher, your inkwork is blowing me away over here. Your wing texture is freaking deadly. And then they then said, Smoky Beard, those eyes. That's exactly what I've been sitting there thinking. I've been sitting there watching it, and I'm just like, oh, the eyes, just like so piercing and just like under the dark light. I'm like, oh.
Well, it's funny because it's just like layer after layer,
Yeah.
We're in that similar thing where it's like right now it's like a pretty huge battle to get these pieces to work. And so it's kind of funny to hear that. Like, I think we're both like in a struggle at the moment, seeing how it goes. I think a lot of my stuff will be attributed to the Pentel brush pen, which I'm expecting my palette full of free brush pens anytime now. Anytime they want to go ahead and send those 8,500 brush pens to me, that'd be fantastic. I'd appreciate it.
Oh, I really like how you're doing the floor. I'm watching you just
on the brush on the side. I don't know. I hope it does I'm hoping it does what I think it will do in my brain. I think it's working. And then when I go back in with like one of them jelly roll pens, right? So it's like you do that, and then you come back in with this silly old jelly roll pen. The ink's still wet, and you can just like start like bringing some like blades back in there like that.
Yeah.
That's going to be sweet. But, that's going to be for later. I don't think I'm going to get time for it on the podcast now. I'll have to do that on my own time. I love this brush pen. These are really great. And this is so worth the investment. It's really paid off. And no, they did not pay me to say that.
They were discussing my TV in chat now.
You and your TV smashing, what caused it? It seemed weird to me. It seemed weird. You shouldn't just go nuts by unplugging it like that.
Yeah. I mean, it had a few issues anyway. Like, if you turn it to volume 3, like the third notch, like, it's loud enough to wake up the neighbors.
Yeah, it sounded like that TV was already having something going on.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't trust it. Not even a little bit.
Oh my god, I'm in love with both of your guys' pictures. They're really good. Sam says the Pentel brush pens are awesome.
Yeah, for the value too, like for how low cost they are, it's pretty amazing how versatile it is for so cheap, and it really just kicks out such even ink, It's like he just started like a new layer. That's how Yoni works. It's just we'll be layer after layer after layer, wiping it down, putting it on top, wiping it down, putting it on top.
It's so cool. I've never seen that done before. It's ridiculously cool.
Oh yeah, it's still he'll go for a ways, That's just the beginning. It really is. I wish I had moved this thing. It's like it goes right to the edge of the paper over here, and I wish I had. Oh well, I just got to make it go to the edge of the paper over here, or trim it so it's even. It was not my intention. That happens. Done a lot more stuff with the brush pen this time than normal. Kind of stayed with that. Trying to keep it a little looser. Just play with the hardcore marker a little bit more.
Slime says, "Where's my crate of free pens?"
I know, right? We're supposed to be getting hooked up. What's going on? Still waiting. Still waiting. Do you know how many times Pentel has now liked my drawings because I give them a shout out when I put them on Instagram? I'll see the little Pentel. Oh, hey, look at that. It's Pentel. Still waiting on those brush pens, Pentel. You know what it is because they're just like, hey, this idiot will keep talking how good our pens are. Even
for free.
Yeah, even if we don't send a crate of them over. I'm onto your game. I may not be very professional, but I'm onto your game. You can't fool me. I wonder if there's anything cool I can do with this marker down here on the grass. It's kind of got a weird... Ooh, what's that doing? That's fun. That's weird. Because this marker has like some kind of rough spots in it, and that might be able to make like a nice grass texture.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Maybe it won't work. I don't know. Let's see.
Can you hear typing?
Typing?
Swear I can hear typing.
Is that just my marker?
Oh, it might be.
I think it's my marker. Nike just posted.
To the Artist Lounge thread. Let's go have a look.
And good night, Demon Man. Demon Man. Dude, I don't know if that was ever clarified. Let's see here. Let's see.
Oh, look at it. I love it. I really like the pattern on the face, the like paint. It really looks inky and splodgy. It's so cool.
Oh, there we go. All right. Share this. That's nice line work. Looking good. Oh man. How you doing there, buddy? It's battle. It's a battle over here. Always a battle. Oh God, Tim just finished. It looks really good. That's son of a bitch, mother.
Who just finished?
Tim, roommate.
Oh.
Ah, Jesus.
That's awesome.
It's really nice.
Damn you, Tim.
Damn you, Tim.
Fucking bastard.
Let's get that in here. See if I can get a nice shot of it without. There we are. God damn you, Tim.
Tim, you fucking asshole. Shit on my father's balls.
Wow.
Son of a bitch.
That is a phrase I have not heard before.
That's a Louis phrase. You need to watch Louis then if you haven't heard that. Do you not watch Louis? Do you guys have that out there?
I vaguely recognize it.
Oh my God, you need to watch Louis. Cancel everything. I know there's a new Game of Thrones, blah, 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 but you need to watch Louis.
Oh, I don't watch Game of Thrones.
Then you need to watch Louis.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love the eyes.
You know, God damn him. Son of a bitch. All right. No more messing around.
Oh, everyone's freaking out in chat. They're like, oh my God.
No shit. Oh God. All right.
Subliminal Cucumber went, that looks great. And then Slam went, that's good. And then Subliminal Cucumber was like, I concur. They're just like freaking out.
Got our work cut out for us. The bar was set. All right. And here I can't get the guy to not be a lurker on Reddit. Unbelievable. If I have one goal with this podcast, it's to make Tim stop being a fucking lurker and start being a poster.
Yeah. Definitely. It's gorgeous.
Think about all the artists out there that we've never seen that make art all the time and we don't even know they exist because they're too busy lurking.
Speaking of lurkers.
Kevin Da Vinci, Bill Alangelo, lurkers.
Excuse me.
Never mind. What were you saying? You were saying something there before I interrupted you with my
yeah, I was going to say,
nonsense.
speaking of lurkers, a cheetah just showed up in our chat.
Oh, Cheetah. I know. Yeah, I know you.
Justin the cheetah.
Good guy. Good guy. How have you been? And welcome. Yeah, he's awesome. And Nanki agrees that Louis is an awesome show. It is awesome. You really need to watch Louis. Like, I'm not, like, you need to watch Louis.
What is it?
So, you know who, like, Louis C.K. is? The comedian?
Vaguely. You Americans are obsessed with this person.
Well, I mean, everyone in the world should be. So his show is just unbelievable because it's hard to describe. I mean, it's just it kind of works like vignettes. It'll have some of his stand up, and then it just follows him and his daughters. It's kind of just his stories, and but it's a mix. It's very surrealist, and then it will do that thing where it will juggle. It does a really good job of being. It can go from being almost just silly, funny to very serious, very quick. I don't know. It's just a bizarre comedy show that has a lot of heart, and it's very clever and very creative and very beautifully done and beautifully shot and written. And you need to watch it. Like, seriously need to watch it. It's really good. It's one of the best shows on television out, at least coming from out here right now. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He'll go from being crude to sincere to just awesome. And I don't know. He just keeps switching it up. It's so good. One of the best comedies that have come from out here in a really long time.
That is way too fucking bright. Jesus Christ. Mother's tits.
We are. Wait, jeez. That's what struggle sounds like out here. I don't know what you guys say out there when your piece gives you the guff.
The guff?
The guff. Your art hasn't given you the guff before?
You're a guff.
Not a guff. We're already gotten talking about the guff, and we haven't even talked about platypuses and burrito theory this week. Or probably other things I promised people we would talk about.
You said you talk about life and love.
I always talk about life and love. That's just what it always is. Anytime it gets dark and terrifying, that's me talking about life and love. And then, burrito theory is a very controversial topic, especially between me, Yoni, and Tim. Them being people that came from Southern California. It's a very harsh battle between Northern and Southern California as far as burritos go. And I got to admit, I was a very Northern California burrito kind of guy, but as time's going on, I'm finding some of the aspects I love about burritos are a very Southern California thing. So what can I say? Maybe I'll be switching teams.
You would switch teams.
Southern California likes to grill their tortillas instead of steam them, and that's a way better way to handle the tortilla. What can I say? They're right. They are right. You guys need burritos out there. I'm going to open a burrito shop. I'm going to put it right next to whatever pub is, everyone goes to watch the big games, whatever they might be. Yoni follows soccer. I don't know anything about it, but he knows it really well.
I don't really follow it because I don't watch cable, but I wish I could watch more games. Whenever we go eat pizza, I watch soccer, and that's awesome. I wish I followed it. I love watching it. I really do.
He plays it, better than I do.
Soccer's fun to play.
Yeah,
it's a great sport.
I've been coming off an injury, so I haven't played in the longest time in my life. My break, and it sucks, but I hope to be back out there soon.
You will, but you just need to follow your heart. All right, furniture, enough messing around. You got to lock this piece down.
I don't know how to fucking make this thing work.
Is this thing battling you right now?
Yeah, it's like nothing I'm doing is working.
I went right to the edge of the paper, and it's really bothering me how much I went to the edge of the paper. I did not want to do that. I have to trim the other paper right to the edge, too, or else it looks weird. Damn.
Nanki's asking me about writing comics. I'm trying to see if I can find anything I can open and show.
About writing comics?
Hmm.
You know what a great book about comics is? I recommend it every show.
Okay, so Nanki's question is, do you have a favorite writing program when you're planning comics, or do you use a notebook, or what? Or do you just jump into storyboarding?
Bitch, dick. Fuck.
Dude, I'm trying to be serious.
I know. It's having the Punisher moment, dude. This is how it happens. This is how painting works.
Oh my god. Yeah, so
it's so close. You just gotta lay that layer on there. It's so close.
I'm
sorry. Comics, writing comics.
Yeah, writing comics. So yeah. So what I do is I literally just write with a mix between Microsoft Word and writing on paper, depending on how I feel. And I'll either write on sheets of paper, or I write on in a booklet if I'm like traveling, like in a little notepad. But I'll just write maybe the key thing. So like beginning, middle, end, say of the book, and then I'll say what has to happen between those different things, I'll break it down like that. And then once I've got that, then I start fleshing it out. And then if I find like a cool scene that I need maybe a really strong flow with it, then I'll write it out fully in like a sort of a novel format, like a cross between a script and a novel, because it's not explaining everything that's going on, but it is more descriptive than a straight up script. Sorry, I've got a throat tablet. So yeah, so I do that, and then from there I go on to storyboarding it. Most of the storyboarding I just do thumbnails rather than proper storyboarding, so I just do little thumbnails of how I want the pages to look. If you do want to hear like my full process, then if you go watch the Crowdfinders podcast, I did like a massive explanation of how I do every little thing, so you can see that. And then there's also a video on my YouTube channel, which are on right now, which shows how I create a page from sketches to finish. If you're thinking about standard practice in the industry, you get given a script. If you want to apply to a comics company, you'll usually be given a script, or from my experience, you're given a script, or you can choose to take one of their scripts. And it's kind of split up so that you can, it will say like the character's name and then what they do, and it'll also have a little, kind of like a play. If you imagine how a play is written, it's basically like that. But I do find it very hard to get my head around it, because they'll describe the route that the character has to take in great detail, but they'll also talk about how the panel and the camera has to look at it. And that's very different to how I write my stuff. My stuff's written more the way you would read a novel. So it's interesting to look at industry standard. But if you go and look at Titan Comics, they have a Tumblr where they will let you apply for jobs and stuff, and they've got mock-up scripts on there. So if you are interested in what industry standard is, you can go on the Titan Comics Tumblr and look in their resources section or the apply section, whichever one it is, and you can actually download scripts for mock-up comics, and that's what you would be handed in the industry. So yeah, I hope that helps. Did you manage to rescue whatever you did?
In the process of rescuing right now. Yeah, I don't know. That Crowdfinders was a really good podcast and episode.
Oh, thank you.
I highly recommend it. Yeah, that was really, really good stuff.
It was nice to talk like super in detail about all the specifics of the comic industry. So yeah, that was good fun.
Mm-hmm. I should clarify, it's clearly not as good as this podcast.
Of course not.
This is the best thing that's ever happened.
See, this podcast comes with like cake and wine, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't make claims for other countries, but I can clearly say this is the best thing that's ever happened to America, and I'm very proud of that.
I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to the UK between the times of 1:30 and 5:30 a.m.
I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to the UK between the times of when America started and currently, you know, because it was pretty rough for you guys around there. You know, we just kind of had to demonstrate so much freedom. It got a little tricky, but we're all cool now, and it's because of this podcast, you know. Really bridge that divide. It's very dramatic. I'm such a fucking idiot. I don't even know. I don't even know how I sleep at night.
I've decided to turn my camera on so we can appreciate the fact that it's currently morning.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? Let's do like a little camera switcheroo, and then we'll have our our thing, because it's time now. Usually I do this by pausing the sound and the camera and just kind of setting up something to go back. But maybe what I'll do is I'll switch it up and I'll rejoin via the other camera and the other computer. I think I might do that. We're gonna switch it up because both of our drawings still have a lot of work to do, and we're not gonna be finishing it up in just this brief, easy sitting here.
I'm surprised they have so much work that you still need to do on them because they look really good to me.
Oh yeah, they've both got a long ways to go. Long ways.
Have you enjoyed them?
I've enjoyed mine, all right. I really wish I had drawn it literally half an inch to the left of where I drew it on the paper, but I'll just trim it and deal with what I have. It happens, I just didn't know that feather was going to go that far. But that's all right. Just have to switch up cameras. Be right back. Very briefly.
It's so weird having daytime. By the way, don't ask about the guitars. I can't play guitar. I don't know why they're there. I need to go to bed. There we go. Hey.
Hello?
Can you hear me? There we go. I can hear you. Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, shiznit.
I can hear myself.
There we go. Oh my god, it is like straight up daytime.
It is like, look at this. Look at, what is this?
You're a champion.
Yeah.
We started at 1:30 a.m. over here.
Oh god, it is so dark over there.
I'm always amazed by like the ridiculous amount of time we spend doing this podcast, and I love the fact that I've still got a daylight lamp on next to me. It's like, no, it is still daytime.
Even your cat's probably looking at you just like, dude, seriously, like.
My cats have woken up now. They slept the whole podcast.
Oh my god, it is straight up daytime. Hey, there's the guitars.
Yeah, the guitars.
They could play songs next time.
Yeah, no, maybe not. I don't think so. Oh, look, the mic's in the way.
I got my new instrument too, so we'll play that. We'll make a jam. We'll get the mom man on here. We'll play a little song.
I literally don't know how to play anything.
That's all right. It's fine. We're gonna have fun. That'd be great.
Maybe you could teach me guitar.
I don't know how to play.
That doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I don't know how to play guitar. Here, I got to play this thing. See, this is what I'll play right here. I got one of these. We'll play one of these.
Okay. What is that?
Guitar. It'll be fine.
Other than trouble, what is that?
It's a MIDI controller. Don't worry about it.
Subliminal.
So, make beats and chop my samples.
Slime says, you have 2 guitars? No. One of them's my brother's. The other one is mine. Neither of us know how to play guitar.
I have a guitar I don't know how to play. I think that just comes with. I think that's just a stage in life. You just have to have a guitar that you don't know how to play.
Well, I always wanted to learn how to play guitar. Like, I love guitars. I think they're amazing. They're definitely one of my favorite instruments. That and the piano I love to bits. But yeah. It wasn't that I didn't have time. It was that I was, rather than practicing guitar, I would rather do other things, if that makes sense. So it was my own fault.
You really know how to play it, but if you have to invest your resources of time into learning a skill, you put it towards your art,
Exactly, yeah. Or playing video games, because, meh.
Yeah, I know. Video games are pretty goddamn fun. Well, with all the murder and fun and violence.
The cats are looking at me like, is it breakfast now?
They're probably wondering. Yeah. Are they just staring at you from across?
Yeah, they're just still staring at me.
They always do that.
See if I can get one of them on camera. Hey.
It's so weird. They just stare at you.
They do just stare at me. Jasper. Hey. Hey.
Your dog's name was Jasper? Your boxer?
Yeah, my first dog.
His first dog's name was Jasper as well.
Really?
We rescued him. He came with that name, but he was the best dog ever.
Aww. What type of dog?
A boxer?
Very
He wants
cool.
a boxer.
Yeah, my heart melts whenever I see a boxer. I instantly fall in love. I would love to have another boxer one day. That would be the greatest thing in the world.
Jealous. Are there any final questions people have or anything? I don't have the chat in front of me. I closed it so we won't get super.
Sorry, the cat jumped on the table.
It's all good.
Sorry, what was that?
Do we have any questions or anything? I had to close the chat so we wouldn't.
No, there wasn't any questions. There was just the comics thing by Nankey, and now Subliminal Cucumber is like kitties, so that's good.
Jasper and was it Comet or Cosmo?
Both of them. So Comet and Cosmo are brothers, and then Jasper's my cat.
That's right. Comet, Cosmo, Jasper. So I was right. I was right even when I thought I was wrong.
That's Comet. If I can get him on camera, there he is. Comet. He gives
He's just
emotions.
like, whatever.
He's like, "Where is my food? What are you doing?"
You know the deal. I stare at you and I sleep, and then you feed me.
Yeah, exactly.
How this works. I make the rules now.
I do feel kind of like outnumbered in this house.
Yeah, you have 3 cats staring at you.
Yeah, I feel like surrounded.
Most certainly. Look at them. Like, I love it's like the difference between the beginning and the end of the podcast, like what just the desk looks like.
Yeah.
Like that, all just the art supplies everywhere.
Oh, I was asking what that thing above Yoni's piece is.
What thing?
Your lino cut.
Oh, that's this thing was an old lino cut. I had a lino block that I was like testing something out on, and I never actually turned it into anything. So
Okay.
it was kind of a lino cut and an unfinished lino cut that will never be finished. It will forever just be something used to prop stuff up.
That's the purpose.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm cool with that.
Do you use lino cut a lot?
No, I've
No.
done. I don't even know if I've ever really done a whole lino cut process beginning to end. I just found that lino block in like my closet. I think I got it like at the end of high school. I know that the teacher had to get rid of a bunch of art supplies because if she didn't use them, then they would like cut the budget, So she had to no, they got used. So she let like me and my friend just like go renegade in the closet, and I think it was one of the many things I grabbed. So I never used it. It's important to take as much as you can from your high school back in the day, like whatever you can steal from there, like just be sure to, take it, because they might cut the budget if you don't steal from your high school. So it's very important that you steal from them.
Absolutely.
I love giving horrible advice. It's my favorite thing. Because it's like only like half truth. Only steal from your high school if I tell you to.
Subliminal Cucumber says, "I love that you both use Yetis. Those things are awesome. Those things are sweet." Yeah, we've got one as the podcast logo because we both use them. So yeah.
They're great. It's a great microphone. I'd take a pallet of Yetis.
That would be worth a lot of money.
Well, and the funny thing is like I remember I bought it and it felt like that thing like, do you really need a microphone that nice? I had bought like 3 kind of crappy microphones for like $20 before, and they all sounded horrible. They all sucked. And then eventually, what ended up happening was that I just got so sick of just these like having microphones that sounded like shit. I realized, instead of buying these 3 microphones, if I spent like $15 more, I would have had one that would take care of it, and I wouldn't need another one. And so I finally was like, screw it, and I got the right one, and it's worked great ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
They're worth it. I recommend Yetis.
So, are you guys ready maybe to wrap up?
And sing our song?
Yeah.
Song in the end, we'll sing a song in the end. Usually it's like Bone Thugs.
or it's or whatever. Yeah, I'm ready.
But before that, do we want to all say where people can find us?
Yeah, we should. You want to give like anywhere that people can find you? You can take the headphones off. We're not through those. We're not through that audio anymore. We'll give a shout out where you have some art, what you have coming up, where people can find you, websites, etc.
Oh yeah, Instagram Matatyaou, Matatyaou, and yeah, check that out. I'll post stuff up once in a while.
You have YoniMatatyaou.com, YoniMatatyaou.com.
Thanks for letting me be a part of this.
It's been great having you on. I love your artwork. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You enjoyed it?
I did. I just need more time to finish this thing, but
We'll post it in RGD when it's done and the thread, and then we'll also show it in the podcast next week.
Yeah, we'll show it at the beginning next week.
Show the finished stuff there too.
cool.
And then yeah.
What about you, Mike? Where can people find you?
Some art up in Echo Gallery in Calistoga, except they're not really online anywhere. So I guess it's the usual at MC Steffen, mcsteffen.com. Just started MikeSteffenStudio.com. It's a whole transition thing, and then yeah, and then I'm just at our gallery fmoakland.com, and next month we got our Sean Pachenko.
Yeah.
Earth painting, and Tom Bunk, original Garbage Pail Kids artist, showing. That's exciting, and yeah, that's it right now. And how about yourself?
So same old locations for online stuff. Guys are everything. Instagram, guys are Facebook.com/guys are Twitter, guys are everything, guys are, and then you can go to guysra.com to see my portfolio and stuff. And then I've got a video hopefully coming out Wednesday. Last week's was like a day late, but I think it was Wednesday somewhere, so we're going to pretend it was Friday. So yeah, we're getting closer to convention season now, so if there are any conventions that you guys would like me to be at throughout the rest of the year, only in the UK or Europe. I can't really afford to travel out to America as much as I would love to.
Come on, come out to me.
I'd love to.
Do it. We're out here.
I would love to, but there's no way I can afford that at the moment. So if there's any conventions that people want me to be at, just let me know, and I'll see what I can do.
Buy the books, people. Come on now.
Everyone buy my books.
Come to your town. That's how it works. That's what I'm saying.
And then Summer in the City is going to be on in July, and they've just started asking crafty and arty people if they want to be at that. So if people want me to be at that, then let me know, and I'll go there. I'm thinking about it because it's mainly aimed at YouTubers. And at first I was like, oh, well, then that's not me. But obviously we have the whole YouTube thing. So if there are some people who like the whole YouTube scene and would like us arty YouTubers to be there, let me know. Other than that, nothing special this week. Just the usual stuff. So I might see if I can do some more Reddit Gets Drawn because I've been really enjoying it lately. But yeah. Yeah, that's everything, I think.
Ooh. People are cheering outside. There must be a baseball game or something happening right now. Hopefully the A's are winning. It's early enough where drunk people won't be yelling in the alley.
And punching the house next to you.
Yeah, so loud that you can actually hear it in this building.
In your brain.
Punches the wall extremely hard. We were interrupted at a podcast because a drunk woman was in my alley punching the wall next door, yelling on the phone. True story.
I always have some drunk lady in the alley.
I always have some drunk lady in the alley yelling or urinating. That's alright.
Should we end on that then?
I think so.
I think so. All right, thank you everyone for watching. There's been some amazing artwork this week. It was really fun, and I really like the fact that people drew all different pictures and stuff. And I hope that the original poster liked all the artwork. So we'll see you again, same time next week.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. See you later.